Okay, bowlers, please hold up on your warm-up.
We'll let John Weber get his announcements in here to get these bowlers underway with their 8 games in this qualifying block.
Sit back and relax for a few minutes. We have an issue here.
Well, we are waiting for a lane maintenance issue.
Please hold up for just a few moments.
That happened farther down the center.
Relax. Get you going in just a couple of minutes.
So let's give you the rundown here of this Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip. Your defending champion, John Marsala. You get your first peek at Marsala right here opening up in game 1. He'll be on lanes 35 and 36. You're going to have 5 pairs of coverage to go along with your flow zone coverage. Here from Anderson, you can go ahead and choose any of the lane streams in your feed, or one of the fun things to do when I'm watching flow bowling, when I'm not in the booth, split screen it. Watch flow zone in the first half. Your screen on the left side, watch another pair on the right side. Keep us on here in the flow zone. We'll get you latest news, scores, get you some fun facts, because there's nothing better than a $2 Phil fun fact on a Sunday morning. Or if you're really an overachiever, can keep track of 4 things at a time, go ahead and do the flow bowling quad box. Watch 3 different pairs of lanes. Keep us on here in the flow zone, and we'll take you through the coverage of this PBA 50 event. 2 days of qualifying for these players on the Mark Roth pattern. Both qualifying days starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And then we will get into the matrix of fairness. Beginning with Tuesday's Cashers Round competition at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. 97 entries in the event, so we will cut to the top 24 players receiving some form of bye in the matrix of fairness. Bowlers finishing 9th through 24th will receive a 1-round bye into the first match play round on Tuesday beginning at noon Eastern time. Bowlers qualifying 1st through 8th after the 16 games of qualifying are complete on Monday. Get 2 rounds of bye into the match play round 2 on Tuesday at 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. Your scheduled start for your step ladder time here in Anderson Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. Eastern time, your start time. Once again, waiting for a lane maintenance issue to be corrected, and I think we're getting pretty close. The pair of lanes that was the culprit, I do see the lights back on the lanes, and we're just waiting for the green light from John Weber to get things underway here. One of the big stories here this week, of course, is could we have our second player win 3 consecutive PBA 50 Tour tournaments this season? Walter A. Williams Jr. kicked off the season with 3 consecutive wins in Clearwater, Florida, the Villages, Florida, and Mooresville, North Carolina. Brian LeClaire can match that feat with a win here in Anderson this week, as LeClaire won the River City Extreme in Monticello, Minnesota, followed up with his win on Thursday night in Hammond, Indiana at the PBA 50 South Shore Classic. And we will get our first look at Brian LeClaire coming up in Game 5 this morning of this 8-game qualifying block. It's after practice, and the last thing you want to do is tighten up, especially with these PBA50 players. Muscles aren't as light as they used to be.
Okay, PBA competitors, please hold up on your warm-up shots and be all ready to begin this competition here in Anderson, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the competition today. 8 games today. Come back tomorrow morning, 8 more, cut to the top 32, plus the 8 super seniors into the final day. We hope you can join us throughout the week here at Championship Lanes. Guys, good luck and high scores. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice send-off to start them up.
Here we go, underway with competition. The PBA50 David Smalls Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip. Dudek, Lesko, Becker, Johnson. Most pairs have 5. This one only 4, so we'll have to make sure that they don't bowl too fast. Last thing you want to do is be standing around for 10, 12 minutes between games, because you're not going to get any shadow balls when you move to your next pair, even if you only have 4 on a pair. And we're seeing it a little bit this morning here in Anderson. The approaches, synthetic approaches, of course, notorious for being touchy to changes in heat and humidity. And Jenna Dereshevsky now joining me in the booth. Jenna, when they're a little, what's the proper term you like to use on this when the approaches are in the condition they are this morning?
The appropriate term is a sweaty approach.
Yeah, bowlers definitely having some issues. The humidity and heat was really up there yesterday. The heat index was 107 outside yesterday
And
during the practice session.
It sure felt like 107 outside, yeah. I had that thought coming in today about the humidity and how it would affect. And some of the players were walking around and talking about how they had to buy the soles that would guarantee them to slide that little extra bit.
Yeah, the pro shop here inside of Championship Lanes definitely no longer maintaining the felt slide soles being sold out. I'm sure they're going to have a rush delivery brought in as soon as possible for the league players, as these PBA50 players have no doubt taken care of that. We've seen some players go to the slide sock as well over the foot. And expected to be a little cooler and a lot less humid tomorrow for our second qualifying block. We see some players there, even like Doug Becker, where he's just trying to make sure the footwork at the foul line, you don't want that sudden jerk to a stop. And being a little tentative. But then we'll get some players like we'll see over on 32 and 33. Pardon me, 33 and 34. Where did I get that pair of lanes from? I just made my own pair. Where we get Michael Hagen Jr., who basically wears tennis shoes. I mean, he's got no leather slide sole on his left foot. And approach conditions, yeah, it can still affect him a little bit. He has to make sure he kind of heel toes it a little bit more. To even make sure the rubber doesn't stick in the sweaty approach. But it's not going to affect him as much as these pullers that are using leather or felt soles with the heel toe plant that Michael Hagen Jr. uses. So the players this week attacking the Mark Roth pattern. So kind of in between what we've seen the last two events. We were 45 feet on the Dick Weber when we were in Monticello. When we were in Hammond, we were at 39 feet on the Don Carter. And staying with the superstar patterns, Mark Roth right in the middle of those two in length, but volume of the pattern, only 20 milliliters in the pattern, so we're seeing the least volume we've seen this season in the PBA 50 pattern, even though we're seeing 42 feet in length. And Jenny, you got to watch these guys during practice yesterday. What's the big thing that stood out in your mind?
I feel like they definitely have a lot more room on the outside in this one, a little bit more. You can see balls kind of, they can skate a little further out and they can snap back a little better than they were last week in Hammond for sure.
Yeah, and
I think they'll break down pretty quick too because of how light it is, but I think it'll hold pretty well because since it is that little bit longer.
Yeah, this is a relatively new lane surface here at Championship Lanes, as the center has undergone a full remodel since our visit here in 2018. And one thing that's going to come to mind for sure is that there's not going to be a defined track area worn into the lanes from years of league play and open play. And so sometimes when we see these bowlers make the big move from playing right on a pattern, also they kind of jump over the track area like we saw last week in Hammond, make that big 7-8 board move, but then still be at the same breakpoint area. I don't think we'll see that big jump this week. I think we'll see a lot more gradual moves, gradual adjustments on the players with this being a new lane surface.
Right.
So there's some notables on the PBA 50 Tour not here this week. Norm Duke left Portland, Maine after the PBA League competition, went back home to Florida, taking care of some business around the homestead. While Amleto Monticelli is at the Pan Am Games in Peru. He'll be coaching the bowlers from Venezuela during that event. But a couple of players that missed last week in Hammond making their return here in Anderson. Pete Weber and Walter Ray Williams Jr. Walter Ray over on 37 and 38. As Walter Ray just threw a strike. Haugen Jr. last week in Hammond took the long road to get into the matrix of fairness, as he had a bad day one, was well out of the cut, and then used a couple of perfect games to start qualifying round two to make his way into Cash's round. Survived Cash's round, but did not survive the first round of match play. And Haugen Jr. with a 22nd place finish in Hammond last week. Fleming, good run for Fleming as well. He qualified in the top 8, but cannot get a lot going during match play round 2. Even with the 5-1 match play record, still wasn't enough for Fleming to get into the step ladder. Fleming finished in 7th place last week in Hammond.
I will say with that 4-9 carry out by Walter Ray, that's not, even in the first four or five frames, that's not the first kind of topple over I've seen so far today. So I feel like things are going to carry a little bit more in this round. Maybe both rounds. Pins just seem to be flying a little bit more. So.
Well, with the warm weather, those Sterling covers on the bowling pins, they'll be receptive to getting an extra bounce or two on the pin deck. It's, usually they say in a bowling center during these PBA competitions, usually you see the fans in a sweater or a jacket. You see a lot of the wives that are here that have brought, either wearing sweaters or brought a jacket along with them because they know if the bowlers are comfortable, it's usually a little chilly back here. Well, with the just extreme heat they've had in the Midwest over the last few days, it's just the air conditioning keeping up as quick as it can in here. It's still comfortable. I don't see bowlers like profusely sweating or using, extra rosin on the thumbs or anything of that nature.
Just the approaches.
And that's a unique way to make the 9-10 as Walter shakes his head. Kenny Walters saw him the other day right before practice. He made a comment to Dave Small, the proprietor. He goes, well, I'm here to throw the ball. I don't know if you can call it bowling or not, but I'm here to throw the ball.
That's my life motto.
Nope, not a chance.
Okay, maybe not super far.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that even though it's only 20 mils in the pattern, it's all the way across the lane. And anything right this early, and now I just saw Bob Learn just take 3 off the right down at 39.40. He's checking his shoe out on the way back. That's the one thing, too, is that sometimes we talked about during the stepladder in Hammond, you make the, somewhat joke but accurate depiction of sweaty approaches. You get a guy that's, sweating a little on the forward deck, and all it takes is just a little drop of perspiration off the forward when they slide. If guys have a sudden stop or something, you might get a little drop of perspiration. It drops off the head and onto the approach, and next thing you know, whoever's following you, if they're sliding closer to the foul line than you do, you may hit that little bit of perspiration to hit the approach. And now let's go over to 39.40 because, Bob Learn, he's a little being a little cautious with the footwork right now. Let's see there, and Bob not known for having a short slide. When that slide's short, it's approach induced in most cases. We saw a couple of times in Hammond though where the timing was just off a little bit. And no problem there for Bob Learn. Nothing lost on the strike. Well, he was on a double, pardon me, so there was something lost. As, getting 23 added to his 26 in the second. It's a weird way to get to 49 for a player out here on the PBA50 tour. Got a couple players making some early runs. You've got Stephen Lewis on the front 5 outside of flow zone coverage on 41 and 42. On 5 and 36. We've got Don Harrington on the front 5. Harrington's going to be stepping up momentarily, so we'll get over to that pair. As we'll have Harrington stepping up after our defending champion, John Marsala, just converted a spare. So only 2 300s last week on the Don Carter pattern in Hammond, both by Michael Haugen Jr. Had a couple of close calls. We had Dean Billings with the front 10, our opening game of the event. And a 296 by eventual champion Brian Leclerc to close out his opening qualifying round. Well, we're throwing black clouds early here in the flow zone as soon as we point out Harrington on the front 5.
But it's against the black background, so it doesn't look like they're there.
And once again, you see there for Learn, it is going to be a tentative approach situation here. And once again, nothing you can do to control Mother Nature. You can do whatever you want for, normal summer days or whatever, but that weather outside championship lanes today, far from another normal summer day here in central Indiana. As this whole area under the extreme heat warning. It's already 86 degrees outside with a heat index of 97. Expected heat index today of 103 outside of championship lanes. Well, this is our 4th visit to Dave Small's Championship lanes for this event. First year we were here was 2016. Brian Voss took home the inaugural title. 2017, Parker Bone III. Took down the title. Great championship match between Parker Bone and Norm Duke that Bone came out on top of. You look at the top 5 in that event. Heck, look at the top 10 in that event. Parker Bone, Norm Duke, Bob Learn, Jeff Safino. Safino, the only guy that isn't quite a household name from the PBA Tour in that top 10. Safino was 4th, Monticelli 5th, Mike Scroggins 6th, Walter Ray Williams Jr. 7th. Brian Voss was 8th, Brian Kretzer 9th, Doug Kent 10th that year. And in 2018, John Marsala in a quality match against the man who ended up as Player of the Year for 2018, Michael Haugen Jr. Battled back and forth in that championship match, and Marsala came out on top. Parker Bone was 3rd. Steve Giles was 4th. Walter Ray 5th. So all those quality finishes for Walter Ray. You know, he enjoys bowling here at Championship Lanes, and this is one center Monticelli who's going to have a little extra pain for missing as well, because Monticelli finished 6th last year. He's had some quality finishes at Championship Lanes over the last 3 seasons as well. Bowlers finishing up their initial game of this 8-game qualifying block. We'll have some player movement, some new faces coming into the flow zone in Game 2. And those faces will include reigning PBA50 Player of the Year Ron Moore and PBA Hall of Famer Pete Weber. As this 8-game qualifying block rolls on, PBA50 Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic, presented by Rotogrip from Anderson, Indiana. Stay cool, everyone, while you're watching this hot bowling action. So we'll get the repeat look here with Huppenbecker, Harrington, Kuhlman, Marsala, Sheets. Of course, Marsala trying to defend his title here in Anderson. Harrington, it's a lot of the stop. Sheets, Huppenbecker, Kuhlman, a lot of the Midwest PBA 50 stops still hit. Take a little bit for Game 1 standings with 97 players in the field. Lots of scores to be compiled and verified, but we'll be able to do that as quick as possible. John Weber and his fine tournament staff, his right hand Linda Carter, and the volunteer scorekeepers here in Anderson, working to get those scores to you as quickly as possible. Get those scores at either FloBowling.com in the results tab or PBA.com on the live scoring link. So the PBA 50 here on FloBowling, not your only PBA action today visible over the airwaves, as the PBA Tour Finals, thanks to Barbasol for being the title sponsor of that event again. They are going into their stepladder finals and then the championship match today. 5 hours of coverage coming up on CBS Sports Network, and I know there's been a lot of stuff bouncing around out there about CBS Sports Network and some of the squabbles being had between that network and some cable and satellite providers. Well, the good news is if you're outside the United States, FloBowling's bringing you those finals live. So you'll be able to catch that. Plus, they'll have the finals from this week available in the archives a week from today. It's a 7-day grace period for those in the U.S. before you'll get a chance to see it. If you're looking to watch live on CBS Sports Network today in the U.S. and your provider is one of those having a squabble with CBS Sports Network, never fret. Another online option for you to watch that is on CBS Sports Network on Hulu. You can get a free 7-day trial. Thanks for the tip, Jackie Wyckoff, for everyone. So you can dual screen at home, watch Hulu on the big screen, watch FloBowling on your laptop or your home-based computer. And you can catch us through our opening round of qualifying here. You can catch those 2 stepladder rounds and the championship match of the Barbasol PBA Tour Finals at the same time. We're going to overlap coverage beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Qualifying round here in Anderson should go to right about 5 p.m. Eastern, so you can watch that first step ladder on CBS Sports Network. Or, hey, just set that DVR. Why let your attention get divided? Watch the qualifying here, set that DVR, and catch up on your Barbasol PBA Tour Finals coverage once we wrap up here for the day in Anderson. Michael Haugen Jr. just rolling by the booth between shots said, I got to say hi to my mom. So hi, Mom. Got to say hi to my wife, PT. So PT, how you doing? Hope your travels are going well over in Europe with you and your friends. And Neil and Shirley Lerner. Can't wait to see you guys in Delaware. The home game for the Lerners for that one, the Gene Carter Pro Shop Classic. Know that you're both watching this morning here in the Flow Zone. So hi to the Lerners from Michael Haugen Jr. and from me, of course. no love on the 10-pin for Pete as he's made the trip back from Portland. As Pete helped the Kingpins get out of the opening round of the PBA League Elias Cup event in Portland, Maine. As the Kingpins took down Motown Muscle in 2 straight games in that opening round, but then in the semifinal round, the LAX took down the Kingpins in 2 straight games. So the Kingpins, the inaugural winners of the Elias Cup back in 2013, have yet to put their name on the cup for a second time. Of course, the Portland Lumberjacks took out the LAX in that championship match on Thursday evening. 4 straight wins, 4 games, match won 2 matches to 0 by Portland over the LAX. And the scores are up at FloBowling.com in the results tab, PBA.com in the live scoring, and Jenna Dereshevsky. Who do we have for our top 10 after 1 game?
Looks like Walter Ray is leading scoring right now with his opening game of a 264, which was shot on one of our flow zone coverage pairs, actually. He started off with the front 5, I believe. So opening scoring right away with something hot at our Champion Lanes Classic here in Anderson. Followed right behind him in our second place spot, we have Doug Kent with a 248 opening game. Our third place spot is Greg Wilson's 244. Brian LeClaire, last week's champion, is the 4th place spot with an opening game of 243. Stephen Lewis is our 5th place spot with a 241. Harry Solens is our 6th place spot, tied with Brian Kretzer, both with 239. The 8th place spot, Michael Duran with plus 237. Tied with Donald Hogue in our 8th place spot for 237 as well. Getting my numbers a little confused. And our 10th place spot is Jerry Hicks with a 236.
Yeah, one thing I noticed that's interesting, we kind of expected a little higher scoring pace, and it is, but it's not like big strings of strikes. Right now, you're looking at 21 players out of our field that shot 220 or better, but 5 guys shot 222. Tony Johnson, Lee Brochus, James Storts, Tracy Teeters, and Parker Bowen III Galen Keys, Bo Gergen shot 223. Rick Graham, 224. A couple of guys, Jack Jurek, Henry Dawson, 225. So a lot of scores in the 220s and 230s, not a lot of big scores early on. We'll have to see if they can keep pacing out that 220, 230 pace. And that just leads me to believe right now that the players are just trying to get the lanes to open up a little bit, and they're just kind of being patient. If they're leaving a 4-pin or a weak 10, they're not making the big jump right now to get themselves in trouble. Make the spares move on, and if you can keep shooting 220s, you can leave yourself in good shape. And Ron Moore missed that one so bad he made it. As Moore barely touched the 2-pin, that was a good thing that it was just barely touched, because then the ball could continue through to the 5 without any real deflection off the 2-pin, and took out the 8-pin for the spare. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see as these players move pair to pair how things develop. Looking around our flow zone coverage right now, only a couple of strings out there. Michael Haugen Jr. front 4 on 35 and 36. And then over on 33 and 34. Pardon me, Haugen's at 37 and 38. On 33 and 34, we've got Stoney Baker on the front 4, but not a lot of strings as these players move pairs. And a couple of players have made comments that the left lanes across the high end of the house seem to be hooking a couple boards more than the right lanes are, whether it's whether it's the topography of the lanes or just, which is more likely what's happening. And as warm as it's been in Anderson recently, the ground's going to be warm, and it could affect, how the cribbing underneath the lanes is tilting as well, because heat will make wood expand, and these under the lanes, it's 2x4s and other cribbing made of wood to help support the lanes and take the beating of these pins. So we'll have to say, once we get to Tuesday night, our championship pair is going to be lanes 37 and 38. We'll have to see if that left lane hooking more to the right kind of stays consistent throughout the week here across championship lanes, or if it's something that might just be affected a bit by the weather as the ground kind of expands under the building here. It doesn't take much. It's just thousandths of an inch that can change how that ball rolls on a particular lane. A couple thousandths of an inch tilted in towards the pocket, that ball is going to roll up a little harder. A couple thousandths of an inch tilted away from the pocket, and that ball is going to have trouble climbing the hill. Well, 5 years ago this week on the PBA50 Tour, it was our first event at a Dave Small owned bowling center. As the PBA 60 Dick Weber Super Senior Classic took to the lanes at Pro Bowl West in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Giant Petraglia dominated qualifying, but in the stepladder finals, Bill McCorkle got to Petraglia in the championship match. And McCorkle took down Petraglia for that inaugural Dick Weber Super Senior Classic title, and hearts are heavy with the memory of Bill McCorkle. We lost Bill last year. And who could forget a couple of years ago, Bill fighting disease that ended up taking his life. He got to throw the opening ball at the Dick Weber Super Senior Classic in 2017, and Bill threw that strike. No practice or anything, right out there, tossed that strike. And that was the last time we saw Bill McCorkle take to the lanes on the PBA 50 Tour. And hopefully we get to see Bill's widow Roxanne when we're back in Fort Wayne in a couple of weeks. Always good to see Roxanne. And we miss you out here, Bill. Always a smile on his face, on and off the lanes.
Yeah, Michael Haugen Jr. working with the front six to start off this second game of qualifying. I guess not start, but work his way through. So we'll watch him throw his shot, see if he can make it 7.
Freaking show off. Good run here by Haugen Jr.
So
Trying to join the Century Club as he started with a even 200 game in his first game.
it just takes a game to let the toast kick in, Phil.
You know what my advice in that case would be, don't you? Eat sooner. They had the snack bar open here at 9 o'clock this morning. He could have gotten that toast into the system a little bit earlier. That's okay. We'll let him slide. So I'll take a moment to welcome the newest FloBowling subscriber, Sophia Jane Friends. Actually, she's not a subscriber, but her parents are, and her mother's my niece. So congratulations. To Melanie and Drew Friends on the birth of Sophia Jane, and can't wait to get a chance to meet her once we're done with this swing of the PBA 50 tour. And I know I got a captive audience today with FloBowling because Melanie's still in the hospital bed, so you're not going anywhere, and I know you're watching FloBowling. So enjoy the action. We'll keep up with Haugen as he's getting back to the lanes to take his attempt at his 8th consecutive strike from the beginning of this second game. Waiting for a ball return to come back on lane 38. So let's get to some other action. We'll keep an eye on Haugen when he does step on the approach. See how the left side's playing here with Doug Becker. Becker, 11th place last week in Hammond, as he took the top lefty honors in that event from Bruce Hall. Both those players had byes in the first match play round, made their way out of it, but fell a little short in the second match play round. Dudek. Well, you got to take it, John. No other option. USBC rules say once the ball crosses the foul line, it is a legal delivery in almost all cases. Dudek, 21st last week in Hammond. Made a nice run to get out of Cashier's round, but fell into some issues with winning matches during match play round 1 to get to that 21st place finish. Is he excited for 8? Yes, he is. Career 300s to this point for Michael Haugen Jr. And prior to those 2 300s for Haugen Jr. in Hammond, last time he threw 300 on the PBA50 Tour was back in Mooresville in 2018. They seem to come in bunches for Haugen Jr. As in 2017, he had 3 within a couple of months between the PBA50 Tour and the PBA Regional Tour. And then 2 more in a couple of months back in 2018. Prior to that 2017 rash of 300s, it had been a few seasons back at the inaugural PBA Summer Swing in Milwaukee during the Badger Open in 2013. Haugen threw his last Go Bowling PBA Tour 300. So Dave Small now down looking at 37 and 38, checking things out. We're still waiting for a ball to come back, and they're going to have to clean it off. So usually there's no surface adjustments allowed once a round starts. However, John Weber can, in cases like this where there's some bowling ball, some residue from the belts that return the bowling balls on these machines, he can allow that to be cleaned, or what usually happens is John cleans it himself. So there's no other complaints from bowlers about an actual surface adjustment, anything of that nature. So that's what we're getting right now on 37 and 38. John Weber taking matters into his own hands, cleaning off the player bowling ball to make sure the surface is restored without doing too much in the way of adjusting the surface for the player. So otherwise, during PBA competition, dry rag is all you get, or a chamois, to remove oil from the bowling ball. So we'll get you back to Michael Haugen's 9th frame once he has a chance to step up. It's going to be a few minutes. 5 players on a pair, and they have not even gotten to the leadoff bowlers on either side of 37 and 38 yet. So be patient. You will see Haugen's 9th frame when he steps up. So Weber 203 his opening game. 44 players through games with 200 or above in game 1. And like we mentioned earlier, most of those bunched between the 200 and 225 range. 30 players with games in that range. And Weber is going to be moving to the minus column after this game, and that ball is definitely going to go back in the bag. And Haugen knew it. He was trying to get that one in the whole pocket. Slashes past the 9-pin. And the run of perfection is done, but the run towards the top of the leaderboard continues for Michael Haugen Jr. We'll have your game 2 results and some new faces coming into the flow zone coverage in qualifying game 3. We'll get to see the man who finished 3rd in Hammond last week, Harry Sullins, along with Ryan Schaefer, who finished 5th in Hammond. And our winner in Brentwood, California earlier this season, Mike Diaz, all coming into the flow zone. From game 3 of the PBA 50, Dave Smalls. Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip. Rolls on from Anderson, Indiana. Good to see Rick Graham back out here. Saw him at a couple of the East Coast events early on for the PBA50 Tour. Graham recently inducted into the Pennsylvania State Bowling Hall of Fame. Reigning Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award winner, Chris Keene, taking care of business on that shot. Gary Faulkner trying to take care of some business on the 10 pin, which he does. Man who finished 5th in Hammond got taken down by Sammy Ventura in the opening stepladder game. Ryan Schaefer, you see right there, Schaefer not happy with the ball reaction after the release. And we're starting to see a lot of guys move pairs down here, and they're getting squirrely. All of a sudden, ball changes are getting made in a hurry. Players not happy with the reaction. You see right there. Gary Faulkner not happy with his reaction. We'll get over to Graham before Schaefer shoots at his 10 pin. Graham can't be that upset with the ring 10. And we are going to have wow, and Faulkner gets robbed. Dave Hahn. Good to see Dave here in Aurora, coming up from the Alabama area. Birmingham, Alabama, to be specific. If you had John Burkett on your original lineup, it was supposed to be, we brought in a righty reliever for Burkett. Not really, but Burkett being the former major leaguer. Hahn taking his place in the lineup. Not sure if Burkett was actually entered in the event or if it was a late withdrawal. I haven't had a chance to confirm with John Weber yet. But Hahn in his place. This is one of my favorite moments of the PBA 50 season. And you know why, everybody? Just take a listen to this wonderful voice that's now entered the Flow Zone booth.
Hello, beautiful people.
There it is. Dave Small, Proprietor, here at Championship Lanes, among the many fun time centers here in Indiana and Michigan, of course.
Yes.
Extending that range of coverage last year with the purchase of the former Airport Lanes in Jackson, Michigan. Looking forward to getting back up there in a couple of events. Been how many years since the PBA has been in Jackson? A dozen? Yeah,
probably at least 9 to a dozen. I'm not 100% sure, but I think 2008, so probably 11, 12 years.
So looking forward to getting back-to-back events.
Yeah, why not? I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, Jack's 50 and, PBA Jack's 60 open, and then the PBA 60 Jack 60 Classic in memory of Mel Wolf, because Mel, longtime proprietor of that center, if I remember correctly.
Actually, Mel was not the proprietor. He was the organizer of the tournament.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't come much finer than Mel Wolf. He did such an amazing job with charity and hospice, and really made that one of the more elite stops on the tour. And when Mel passed, unfortunately, that it stopped. And I was determined that once I bought Airport Lanes and converted it to Jack 60, that we would have these guys back there. And I know it'll be an emotional return for a lot of them, because they knew Mel and they knew what a wonderful thing he did for bowling. In fact, this morning we got a standing ovation at roll call about going back up to Jackson, so I'm kind of excited about that. I hope I don't disappoint or something, you know.
Well, I mean, everything from the back of the ball return to the back wall of the building here remodeled inside of Championship Lanes, and more than that, Jack 60. Was there anything left other than the outside walls of the building before you started the remodel? Just tear everything out?
Well, we took a lot of stuff out, that's for sure. It was one of those centers. The bones were really, really strong. It was a wonderful opportunity when it came available to me. I actually purchased it 5 years ago, and about 48 hours from closing, we had an external source step in and kind of kibosh the deal. And then it came back around in January of 18, and we were able to buy it July 1st of 18. So we've been there a year now, and it's a wonderful center. It's a wonderful town. Very welcoming. That's the one thing I have to say, is we've been very welcomed into that market. So I'm very, very, very pleased with what we have right now.
Hey, you want to give us our top 10, Dave?
Dave Small is in first place at plus 200. Back-to-back 300 games. Man, he is the you-know-what. No. Totally kidding. Right now, no surprise with looking at the leaderboard. You've got Brian LeClaire. I wish I could be like him, Miss Practice, Miss Pro-Am. Throw 15 minutes and what the hell, and go plus 89. He's averaging 244. Donald Hogue from Akron, Ohio is at 483, so he's plus 83, just a few pins behind. The legend, or as I like to call him, the mouth of Detroit, Harry Sullins at plus 72 in third place. Michael Huggin Jr. from Phoenix, fourth place at plus 69. Don Harrington from Ballston, Lake New York, plus 63. Greg Wilson popping in sixth at plus 60. Walter Ray Williams Jr., my pick for the tournament. I picked him yesterday.
Okay.
I did. Plus 51, had a rough second game, had that 260-something his first game. And Marsala, defending champion, at plus 50. Brian Kretzer, no surprise, 42 over, and Gary Faulkner at plus 39. I'm going to say the scores are not going to be monstrous today. I think we're seeing the stronger scores now. I will project that the numbers will start going down as the players will have to start to migrate. There is a nice out of bounds here from about 7 out. So you start pushing the ball a little bit right, or if you get the ball motion, I'm going to be Tommy Carter for a second. When I start the ball motion going from right to left and it's moving around in all these kind of crazy directions, it's going to miss the head pin.
And you see Schaefer right there. He tattooed that down lane marker on 10th board, and you see right there he goes, he knows he's got to get out another board or two and just pick up that little bit more dry that's kind of opened up in the middle part of the pattern from 35 to 42 feet.
And it's a very playable pattern. It's a very playable situation out there. I mean, I went out and practiced on an average 275 yesterday. I mean,
6-pin tap?
No, give me some credit. It was 8-pin, no tap.
Well,
come on now.
You said 275. You said 277. I would have said 8-pin tap.
Oh, come give me a little credit. So. Oh, and by the way, I have moved up on the greatest bowlers of all time list. There's been about 700 that have died, so I've moved up just a little bit. I'm 1.779 millionth on the greatest all-time list now. I used to be 1.8, but I'm 1.779.
Nice to know that Dave Small's got it out for a lot of bowlers, so you keep moving out the list. So.
Yeah, that's the only way I'm going to move up is when they move on to a better life, where the pins are falling in the sky.
So you mentioned the remodel at Jack 60, and that was basically down to the studs and then all your way back out.
God,
What's
yes.
the most unusual thing that was found under the lane beds when you took them out in Jackson? I just want to know what was found, like when you ripped the gutters out in the lanes. What was the most unusual thing that was found? And be honest. Because I know I've been to a couple places. I used to do some lane installations during my summers.
I don't think I can say this on the air, what we found under there.
Well, you can use the one of the things I found one time while we were ripping some lane beds out in Springfield, Illinois, was a nice way of putting it is a used prophylactic.
We found more than that.
Wow. So.
Her name was Greta. We'll just put it to you that way.
What was the PSI for Greta's proper use?
Oh, God. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Hey, let's get over to Pete Weber on 3940. Pete's on the front 5 right here looking for the front 6.
About frickin' time, Pete. Pull your skirt up and bowl.
And why wasn't Pete your favorite to finish second this week or something? I mean, he finished second a couple of weeks ago.
Well, Pete's my man on the side, as we all know. He's my boyfriend on the side. Renee lets me, enjoy once in a while.
Yeah.
But, no, so happy to see Pete here. And, so happy that he got married in Las Vegas. Sorry if I wasn't supposed to say that, but I really don't care. I love his wife. His new wife, Renee, is absolutely a treat to talk to. She's a sweetheart. And I'll tell you what, as we all know, Pete has, over the years, always had a few issues here and there. We all have them.
Right.
Sometimes we have demons.
Just when you're in a situation like Pete is, they're just made very more public.
Very much more public than what they should be.
Yeah.
And it's just nice that he has Renee put her foot down. And that's all I'm going to say to that. Yeah. And it's nice to have him back, and he's been a pleasure this week, as always. And plus, he's one of my best friends.
Yeah, so Weber needs to start making a charge because he's finding himself at -7 after his first 2 games. 200 and 193 Pete's opening 2.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's early.
Well, and that only puts him in 42nd place. It's really not that bad. Right now, they're cutting to 31 in this event. Right now, that cut after 2 games is just a 204.5 average. Joel Carlson, Tom Baker, Chris Fedden, all at that +9 number.
And like I said, the scores this week are not going to be monstrous, even though the pin carry is very, very good here. And I'm going to say that, and I'm sure we've seen lots of 710s and all kinds of fun stuff.
I haven't really seen 710s yet, but I've seen the Rattler 10 on some of the guys. But it's mostly the guys with slower ball speed like Carter there. I mean, Carter's ball speed 15 miles an hour tops. You're not going to rattle him a lot no matter where you go.
No.
With that type of ball speed.
And if you get the ball a little too far down lane on this pattern, you are going to leave a few more corners because the entry angle, and Mr. Tom Kata, I'm channeling Mr. Tom Kata right now, the entry angle will be slightly off, slightly behind. And the guys right now that are twirling it a tremendous amount, I think if they can get in deep enough, they're going to have a really good shot at it. And still, you want to keep the ball to around 8-9 at the break point. You don't want to go much wider than that. It will hang. And it is a lighter volume pattern, so there's not a lot of hold in the center, but you can create your own hold if you can move around.
Yeah, a guy we saw kind of twirl it and get some speed behind it when we were up in Monticello at the River City Extreme Open. James Campbell made the step wide air, finished in 3rd place. Only +16 for his first 2, but Campbell on the front 4 here on 31 and 32. And it's looking like, Dave, some of the players on these left lanes of these pairs up here on the high end, they're definitely playing them a little bit more to hook, I guess, in the front part of the lane. We're seeing them deep, but they're still feeding it to that same 8-9 break point down lane. Is that my imagination, or is that true? Some of these left lanes might be moving a little bit more on the high end.
Well, this surface in this center is 94, so 25 years old. This surface has had a lot of games bowled on it. It's a very good surface. But when this house was built, this was the original house was across the street. It was a 32 laner, and the original wood is underneath from lanes 11 down to 44.
Okay.
So as you progress this way, from low end to high end, the lanes tend to play a little differently, because they also had a pad oiling machine at one time. And we all know unless you let it wick up every 6 lanes and fill up with oil, it's going to basically get drier as you go across the house. So as you move across championship, the low end, it plays like 3 different centers. Lanes 1 through 12 are probably your tightest and your truest lanes. And then 11 through 32 tends to be a little bit, hook about 2 boards more. And then you start getting down 33 to 44 is where we've had the most play over the years, and these lanes tend to hook a little bit even more than that. So you can play deeper. Oh yes, yay, PD! Come on, baby. You know I love you.
He looks ecstatic on the front 7 right now.
He does, and I'm okay with that.
He's just taking care of business for the moment.
I want to see him shoot 300.
Any bonus? I know we got the $100 PBA bonus for 300s this week. Anything special if like somebody does it in the championship round?
Oh, absolutely. I remodeled the center for them. That's all they get this year. They're not as tough as they were last year. So no, I'm not going to put anything up this year. Sorry guys, I love you, but
Well, that's okay. If somebody shoots one during the championship round, if we get a perfect game, PBA and FloBowling put up a total of $1,000 to the player that shoots perfection during a championship round match.
What, are you trying to extradite more money out of me? I write John Weber enough checks as it is.
Well, that's John Weber. That's not Phil Brylow.
I got a $2 bill just for you. $2 Brylow.
There we go. See, I like that because you're the only person that's taken my nickname and changed it up to where it still sticks the same way, but with totally different verbiage with Buck Brylow.
$2 Brylow. Now, we'll go back to Greta and things that we found. Some of the cool things we did find. We did find some old matchbooks, some poker chips from back in the day. We did find the same thing that you found, except we found it in the blow-up doll version. It's still in the package, mind you. It was kind of interesting. I think it was one of those that was put under there, knowing that at some point we're going to
unbox it.
Unbox it, and wow, look, there's a beer bottle. I mean, you're going to find everything under those damn things. But putting the new lanes in Jackson was really It came at a very unusual time. We had not planned on it for another another 2, maybe 3 years. But an opportunity presented itself, and the price was right, and we ended up putting brand new Brunswick surface in. The Brunswick Pro Lane with the brand new Gen 3 textured approaches and new flat gutters and new capping, new pin decks, new sidewalls, new everything. So
once you got done crying and writing that check, you were very impressed by what the installers had done for you.
Oh, and I will tell you, to all my friends out there, Classic Products did all the installation. They do everything for us, from masking units to parts to clothing to everything. They're our partner at the Fun Time Center's family. All 224 lovely lanes of bowling we have in our centers.
Pete Weber, 85 career 300s to this point. Last time Pete's had one was back in 2017.
Oh, baby.
At the South Shore Open.
Front 8, baby.
And, of course, Pete looking to get back in the winner's circle. It's been a couple of years on the PBA50 Tour.
Last win was in my house, Fort Wayne, for his 100th. You want to talk about an emotional day for me? That was.
Well, it was his 100th, but
No. I do not care what anything says.
I know.
From the PBA. That was his 100th win. It was in my bowling center, and you cannot take that away from him or me. I will cut you. I will fight you on this. He shot his 100th in my center.
Yes, he did.
I don't care what anybody says. I have the jersey to prove it. I have it on FloBowling to prove it. And you have me screaming and crying afterwards. So don't take that away from me.
I will not take that away from you.
Mean people. So he wasn't a freaking member. Who cares? He won his 100th.
I understand fully.
Dave Small, bitter party of one your table is waiting. Bitter? That would be me. So, Jen, is this what you were expecting?
It's everything I wanted and more.
Oh, there we go.
Jenna Dershevsky steering the ship for us right now in stunned silence at some points in time.
I'm sure there's been a lot of speeches I've done on here, a lot of, different things I've done on here over the years. And, I try to make it fun and I try to make it entertaining for the bowlers. And the funny thing is, we will start to get text messages. Facebook will light up like, Dave's back on.
Yeah.
Why? Ratings must be down. No, kidding.
We don't have ratings, Dave, but that's okay. I understand. Boy, your hard-working staff here, I'll tell you what, watching Cammie in front of us right now, working hard.
She's just standing there looking pretty like she thinks she knows what she's doing. She is actually Miss Cammie. Could you turn around here for a second and say hello? I'm going to put her on the air for just a second.
Yeah, hold on a second. Move that microphone a little bit closer in front of you. There we go. Hi, Cammie.
Hello.
Now, we got introduced to each other Friday night over dinner, thanks to Dave, and great service that always happens here at Championship Lanes. But you're more than just a bartender here at Championship Lanes. You're kind of like the master of Dave's domain, literally, with a domain name. So sorry, that was a bad pun. But the social media director for the Fun Time Centers.
Right.
What does that kind of entail when people hear social media? They only think maybe just Facebook or just Twitter, but there's a lot more to it than just making a post out there.
Right. So I run Facebook and Instagram for Jack's Championship, Pro Bowl, Bowl 32, and then Heritage Lanes. And so I also do all the Google accounts and run the websites too, make them look pretty and user-friendly.
Dave Pena enough?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Because, he doesn't have a microphone right now, so I can just kind of, stick it to him here.
Oh,
and
yeah,
there
we can
for a
just
second.
talk about him and make fun of him, and he can't really defend himself.
Well, we just had Pete go high, leave that 3-pin. His run at perfection's over.
It's all right, baby.
So that's right. You still got a chance for that 279 game. So are you a bowler yourself, Cammie?
I am. I graduated from Ball State. I bowled for Ball State for 3.5 years for when I was there. And I've been bowling since I was 4 years old.
So you're well ahead of Dave Small on the nationally ranked bowlers list. You're in the, top million, unlike 1.7 million here that he's at. Do you bowl? I assume you bowl here at Championship Lane?
Yeah, I bowl on Thursday nights.
Who's your favorite pro for the PBA50 guys out here you've been watching this week? Got a favorite yet?
Probably Parker Bone the third. I really like him.
Are you a
I've always
lefty?
liked him.
Are
No.
oh, see. Not all of us can be good, so like left-handed. So
Yeah.
it's a special few of us. Yeah, Parker won here a couple of years ago, so he's always got that chance to get another title under his belt. And we've got back-to-back lefties because John Marsala won last year as well. So you can't say Dave discriminates against lefties. He's an equal opportunity bowler. So what's the big marketing push coming up here for Fun Time Centers that you're planning? There's got to be something coming up. Leagues around the corner.
Oh, yeah, lots of fall leagues. I'll be pushing a lot of those here in the next couple weeks. I already started for Noblesville. About beginning of this week, we started pushing a lot.
Is there a particular league format that you think is going to do pretty well? Some new idea that you or Dave maybe came up with?
So what we're starting to do more is shorter leagues because people don't like commitment.
Yes, bravo. It's about time.
Yes, so we have been pushing those a lot and trying to come up with new ones and different ones just to kind of reach different people who don't want to commit to a 30-week league.
Is there a dinner with Dave Small league? Like after the 8 or 12 weeks of league, you get a dinner with Dave Small?
Oh, no one's that unlucky.
No, okay. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Cammie, thanks for stopping in. What's your last name, by the way?
Divine.
Divine. Cammie Divine, thanks for stopping in, and we'll get the headset back on Dave. We'll talk to you more later this week.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I can't believe, Dave, that nobody would go for the dinner with Dave Small League. I find
God.
that hard to believe.
What a waste of time that would be. That might be, shots on Dave League or something.
Oh, there we go.
Not that we ever drink and have fun with our bowling.
Absolutely. Well, that's the one thing that's always traditional with your trophies for the PBA50 events is that it's basically a wine bucket.
Exactly.
Keep your wine.
The coveted
In the
wine chilling buckets.
bucket.
Coveted.
And
Everybody wants one.
And, of course, the wine that goes in there is, I believe, 14 Hands. Is the favorite of May.
One of my favorites. One of my favorites. It's cheap, so,
It's frugal.
it's good stuff.
It's for the player on a frugal budget.
Well, yeah, you know how that goes. So what's new with you? I haven't seen you in a year. You don't come visit me. You don't write. At least your wife sends me Rice Krispie treats. They're already gone.
She makes sure that you guys.
They're already gone.
We'll bring more to Jackson. Don't
Thank
worry.
you. They're already gone.
I'll get a stop back home before I head to Jackson. We'll have that. I'll try to see if I can make a bigger batch for you.
They were good.
No, it's just FloBowling. It's just between the seniors and the kids tour. It's got me pretty busy between now and Labor Day. Basically, I've got about. I think I figured it out. I've got the same number of hours as home between now and Labor Day as you have lanes in your center, which would be 44.
Oh, geez.
So yeah, it's a good problem to have though. It means that not just the Go Bowling PBA Tour is flourishing, but the senior tour is flourishing as well, especially thanks to the support of a proprietor like you. And once again, this is your 14th event in 5 years, correct? You'll have 17 overall once we're done with this on the PBA 50 tour.
Yeah.
And that's not counting another 40 regional events you've held over the years as well.
My number right now, this is the 14th PBA 50 event, and this is my 56th tournament overall. By the end of the year, I'll have 61, 62. I don't know. I've lost count.
Well, here's a question for you then. There's enough proprietors that have FloBowling on in their bowling centers. Hopefully they have the sound on right now as well, or they're watching in the privacy of their own office or what it may be. Why should a bowling center host a PBA regional event? Just start small. They don't have to start with a big PBA Tour event or PBA 50 event. What's the main benefit of having a PBA regional event in your center?
Do you really want me to be honest?
Honestly, yeah.
Honestly, there's no benefit to me. I don't make any money on it. It's not why I do it. The reason I do it is, there's the funny Dave, there's the serious Dave. In all honesty, I was one of those kids that was awkward, that didn't fit in, that just didn't have a whole lot of friends. I moved around a lot. My family I moved like 5 times before I was 12 years old. So I never had an opportunity to really make friends and settle in and all that good stuff. Sure. So boo-hoo for me, everybody feels sorry. Just kidding. But at 3 o'clock on ABC, my friends came on every week religiously. Or at Wednesday night on ESPN at 7 o'clock. Or in the fall it was 2:30 on NBC Sports. Those were my friends on TV. Yeah. I never knew them. I never met them. I never had that opportunity. But I knew every score, every match, every game, everything was on VCR. And they were my friends. They got me through a challenging childhood. And when I came off the road from working for the consulting firms for years, I decided that I wanted to go back and do what I always wanted to do, and that was own a bowling center. And I always said that if I got to that position in my life, that I would give my friends a place to come and have a tournament. And honestly, that's why I do it. I don't make a dime. In fact, I lose money every event. It's hard to go get sponsors. It's hard to do a lot of things. But when you have people that you idolized growing up, I mean Weber and Bone and Walter Ray and just so many guys over the years. And there's my baby shooting 279. I had a baby. Hang on for 1 second.
Yep.
Nice game, baby.
I think he acknowledged your presence there for
He flipped me off with his eyes. It's all good.
But you mentioned that this is your way to give back to the game. But one thing I see here, there's a lot of players around here from your leagues. There's a lot of locals that are coming in to watch the bowling on the concourse. Now, if you charged admission, which you would fully have the right to do, I'm sure you can make back some of what your expenditures are. But you choose not to.
Nope, I don't. This is for my community. This is for my community. I mean, I want. It makes me happy.
Yeah.
And if someone ever heard me say that I'm happy, they would fall over dead because I never say I'm happy. It's never good enough. It's never enough. I'm never happy. But I've always, like I said, they got me through. All these guys got me through a lot of issues in my childhood.
Yeah.
And so I'm very, very happy.
Hey, Dave, we're going to take a little bit of a break here with the players moving around and stuff.
Nice game, PD. Ta-da!
Dell finally made a good guess.
Yeah, baby.
Full credit to Del Warren on that one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're going to take a little break here as the players move. You want to jump back in a couple of games?
Whenever you want.
Yeah, I'll let you know in a couple of games.
I'm here. Guys, if you're not a member, become a member. Subscribe. The more members we have, the more bowling we can bring you, the more variety we can add on into what we show. And these guys out here really appreciate it. So, and I appreciate it. So,
thank you, Mr. Small.
Always a pleasure, y'all.
Game 4 coming up next.
we have Game 4 underway here in Anderson, Indiana at our Championship Lanes Classic event. Still waiting on standings from Game 3 as per usual. Having to do some flopping around on the lane, so we'll get those as soon as they are presented and air them out for you this afternoon. And I'm not gonna lie, I think I've just had one of the best grilled chicken sandwiches of my life here at Championship Lanes. So, any compliments I can give, I'm giving them. Fries and all, it didn't last long.
Our Game 3 results are in at PBA.com and the live score link, FloBowling.com, in the results tab. Jenna Dereshevsky, who we got in that top 10?
All right, after our 3-game qualifying block here, Brian Leclerc is still in our lead. He is plus 108 for our first place spot. Right behind him is Don Harrington with plus 100 for our second place spot. Donald Hogg is also there, looks like, for plus 88 for our third place spot, followed by Brian Kretzer in our fourth place spot with plus 86. Parkabone third has snuck his way into our top 10 as well in the fifth place spot with plus 80. Stoney Baker is right behind him in our sixth place spot with plus 79. Bob Learn Jr. has moved up into our top 10 as well for our seventh place spot at plus 78. Harry Solins is plus 75 for our eighth place spot. And with the big game from Pete Weber, it has bumped him up into our top 10 as well in the ninth place spot with plus 72. And Greg Wilson wraps up our top 10 with plus 63 total as of right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the number of players that are just kind of hanging around that 210 to 200 average right now. We expected scores after they moved off that first pair to kind of back up a little bit. Right now, 201 is the average, so it dropped about 3 pins between games 2 and 3 for that number 32 spot that will be advancing out of this. Of course, we'll have the extra 8. This is a Matrix of Fairness event, so the extra 8 PBA60 members outside of 32nd will advance to the Matrix as well. And there's some notables just on the outside looking in. Tom Baker, he's tied for that number 31 spot right now with 3 other people at plus 5. Steve Hoskins plus 1. Jack Jurek. Good to see Jack here. Got a little time away from the pro shop and life in general in Lackawanna, New York to get out here. Talked to him last night. 7-hour drive here. Missed the practice session, but is looking forward to getting out for this event and also up in Jackson, Michigan in a couple events. So good to see one of the nicest guys ever on the Go Bowling PBA Tour and PBA50 Tour make his way out here. Joel Carlson minus 5, Doug Kemp minus 6. So there's just so many guys this early in the event that are bunched together, but I don't feel that we're going to get away from a bunching of the scores, Jen. I really don't, just with the pace of how this Mark Roth pattern's playing.
Yeah, no, I don't think so at all. Yeah. The first day, I don't expect scores to really jump all that much either, but we've still got a whole day to go.
Couple other notables in the field there on the outside looking in right now. Lenny Borsch Jr., who's made a stepladder final here in 2017. Lenny at minus 11. Tony Johnson minus 13. Bo Gergen, good to see Bo make his way down. Bo, a busy guy on the proprietor end of things. He runs the Bowling Proprietors Association in Michigan. Bo at minus 14. Don Breeden minus 27. Mike Diaz minus 31. Ryan Schaefer right now, minus 46 for Schaefer through his first 3 games. He's looking to turn that around in a hurry.
It works.
So outside of flow zone, we got a front six over on 41 and 42. That's Ron Moore, and Moore has had some struggles this morning. He's minus 38 for his first 3 games. We'll keep you updated on how Moore is performing. Of course, we do have Hoskins in the flow zone over on 33 and 34 on the front six as well. So we'll get you some visuals on Hoskins shortly. There you just saw Sammy Ventura creep into your picture with that strike on lane 33. Sammy, of course, our runner-up this past week in Hammond, as Brian LeClaire took care of business against Sammy in the championship match.
A rough, hard wrap 10 for Hoskins over here on 33. We'll keep you updated on the string of perfection going on outside of coverage as well over on 41 and 42. The pins carry here very well, but sometimes geometry gets you in bowling. I was told there'd be no math when I picked up a bowling ball at the ripe age of 4, but apparently there is math. And it looks like Moore has left an 8 count to end his string as well, just outside on 41 and 42. Still no signs of perfection on the first couple games of qualifying here at Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. But we will keep you updated. That's what we're here for. Flow zone coverage here in the booth.
Oh, we got another report in from our mystery roving reporter. 25 and 26, Doug Henry on the front 8. We'll have to see how Doug progresses through. If he gets into the 10th frame and gets to that 12th shot, we'll bring you some bonus coverage into Game 5. Right now, here's your bonus coverage. Front 5 for Hoskins, looking to make it the front half. apologize. Scoreboard's a little late. I was out running an errand out of the booth. I should learn to just talk to my producer before getting back in, as Jenna let you know that he had left a single pin in the 7th frame. And that's going to be a big dent on the scoreboard. you know, I'm not supposed to cheer for anybody in the booth. You know, I cheer for the Wisconsin guys. Let's be honest. I could be a homer, but it's like you always want to get a 300 in a tournament just to get the 300s going. Somebody with a perfect game, and thought we'd have a chance with Doug Henry, and that didn't happen. Henry got up in the ninth frame, came a little light off the left side, left the 3-pin. But he can still shoot 279. And Henry needs all of it because right now he's sitting at minus 67 after his first 3 games of qualifying. So he can get himself back above par at the halfway mark of this round. And honestly, if you're sitting at par at the halfway mark, you're going to be in pretty good position right now because scoring pace, medium to low for the players in the 20s to 40s in our 97-player field. And we've got our players approaching the halfway point. And game 5 of this opening day of qualifying, one squad. This is it here from Championship Lanes and the Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip. Rolls on from balmy Anderson, Indiana. Well, here's a face you get to see in every step ladder the last couple of weeks, and a voice you've gotten to hear in both the step ladders the last couple of weeks, respectively, with Brian Leclerc, Tom Carter. Of course, Leclerc, our champion in Monticello and in Hammond. Tom Carter looking forward once again to getting Tom's expertise in the booth on Tuesday night. Of course, I'd rather have Tom in the step ladder finals, let's be honest. But if Tom has a rough week and doesn't make it into that championship round, we'll get his expertise in the booth with myself, and I'm sure Dave Small will be joining us as well on Tuesday. Scott Greiner, James Stortz, Joel Carlson. Carlson, our champion from the Hamilton Lanes and Entertainment Center Open in New Jersey back in May, that inaugural event where he took out Ron Moore in the championship match. 279 tie after Carlson struck out in the 10th. And the strike on the roll-off shot for Carlson gave him his first PBA50 title. Talk a little bit about yesterday's PBA Tour Finals. Don't forget, that's coming up at the top of the hour on CBS Sports Network. But set that DVR or catch it on your streaming service later today. In the U.S., of course, being a subscriber of FloBowling, you got your choice between the qualifying here in Anderson and that PBA Tour Finals dual step ladders and championship match. If you're outside the U.S., you'll be able to see that action from Las Vegas as well as from here in Anderson. we'll get you that 4-game scoring update around the corner. Talk a little about the PBA Tour Finals. We'll talk about the remainder of the PBA 50 schedule as we roll into Game 5 here from Championship Lanes in Anderson. Hi, Dave Small.
What up?
Hi, Jenna Dereshevsky.
Hi.
I love that last name.
Let's take it 3 wide. Yeah. It's a very popular name in the bowling community. We're trying to make it more popular now with having a second generation of Dereshevskys known for their bowling prowess.
Trying our best. On my end, at least. I can't say
Right.
the same for my brother. He's
Well,
not a
hey.
bowler anymore.
So we got the man who's leading after 3, Brian LeClaire.
Scores are going down.
Well, why would that be right now, Dave? It's a 42-foot pattern. It's low volume.
Well, you
and
just
there's-
answered your
and
own
there's-
question.
And there's 5 players on most of the pairs here inside of championship lanes.
Well, you know, there's light volume, and light volume doesn't create lots of hold. So, you know, without lots of hold and a little bit of out of bounds, unfortunately, you get lower scores.
Well, we saw Ryan Schaefer with a bounce back in Game 4, but he struggled the first 3 games. You talk about a guy who can get length normally, naturally with his spinning release. Schaefer was 46 under. He's going to be back to the positive after 4. Is it just the lane's surface that, because of the age, it's a little built-in friction as well?
No.
No?
Don't you criticize my surface. I will whoop up on you.
I'm just asking if it's as compared to a new surface.
Which we will see in Jackson, yes.
Right.
That hooks a lot. I mean,
Or is it-
there are so many variables when you bring in the tour. I mean, they bring their own equipment, their own oil, their own lane man. You know, our lanes, you know, there's oil in parts of the lanes that probably haven't seen oil in about 20 years out there right now. So as we strip and re-oil, they tend to get a little bit tighter because you do get buildup. I don't care. No machine can get them perfectly clean.
Right.
And usually on a house pattern versus a professional pattern, we depend on that buildup to create the hold that we need out there for our bowlers to score on. With not having that buildup, which we're starting to get on a different part of the lane here, which is the outside, which normally we see no buildup on, they tend to start to get a little bit tougher. The bowlers have to start adjusting a little farther inside. And the farther you go left, the little bit more challenge it is to knock the corner pins out. And with the lighter volume, you don't have quite the amount of hold. So you kind of have a catch-22 out there. You move a little bit deeper, it's going to continue to hook, but you don't quite have that recovery outside that you need to, get the ball down the lane to finish properly. So it becomes a little bit of a catch-22. And I knew going into this, I knew the scores were not going to be phenomenal. I figured about 350 might lead it today, which that might be a little bit high now. And my estimate for the cut's going to be about plus 90, plus 95, maybe 100, which would be about a 207 average. But that's bowling, that's bowling.
Right, and the interesting part right now is there's just so many guys, clustered between a 210 and a 180 and a 190 average right now in the field. I mean, sometimes even after 3-4 games, a lot of guys struggle, and you see the bottom half of the field averaging 40 pins less than the leader. We're not seeing that right now in this Roth pattern. We're seeing guys like Ron Moore, who's 38 under after 3, and Don Blatchford 44 under. Those are some guys you usually see, a little higher up in the standings, but they're not so far out of it being at minus right now because of the scoring pace.
Oh no! All it takes on this right here, with this type of scoring pace, is prime example was Pete Weber. I mean, 2-0, 190. He's minus 10. He shoots 279 game 3, and vaults from 25th place to 6th. And that's really all you have to do on this is you want to stay as clean as possible, obviously. But at the same time, you want your bad games to be 190s, not 150s. And you want to be able to pop that 250, 260 game somewhere along the line, which will vault you 15 to 20 places, no matter where you are in the field. Because the field right now, I mean, with the cut only looking at about a 207 average, you shoot 220, or 230, you're 25 to 30 pins above the cut line, and that's going to be a pretty big move for anybody today because no one's going to run away with it. I mean, I don't see anybody running away with it, like going 900 over or something crazy like that. I think your leaders are going to be probably averaging about 228 to 230, and that's only plus 500. So that's about what I figured. I figured 350 might lead today, but I might have been a little generous. A little bit generous right now. But
So, yep, Bo Gergen stepping up on the approach. Bo wanted to say hi to his son Isaac. He had his great showing at Junior Gold in Detroit. Made it to the second advancers round in under 17 boys division. Ended up finishing 45th at 868. Another good showing was from Del Ballard Jr.'s daughter Alyssa, who finished in the under 15 girls, finished in the top 50. So there's some of the players out here on the PBA 50 tour that have their sons and daughters just coming off that big tournament in Detroit. I know it's a sore spot for you, Dave. I apologize.
Oh, you don't want my opinion on that one.
Why not?
Nope. Nope.
So, okay, we'll move along. Gently move along.
There's not a nice thing I can say about it. My mother raised me that if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
Good to hear.
God rest her soul. But it was exciting to have Junior Gold. I mean, up in Detroit, it was only an hour from our center in Michigan. And we ended up sending between the 5 centers. Angie, of course, runs TKO here in Indiana.
Right.
Angie Collop, the GM here, she runs an incredible program. Do you know we gave almost $50,000 in scholarship last year to the youth?
I believe it.
Just our little tour.
Yeah.
And we ended up sending 152 kids to Junior Gold.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Quite a few. And, we had a lot of things scheduled this coming year for qualifiers and with different events and different things we were coordinating, for our kids. And unfortunately, with Junior Gold being out in Las Vegas now, we don't see a reason to do it. Unfortunately, I mean, a lot of these parents and kids and just cannot afford to make that trip. That is a very expensive trip.
Yeah.
And here with being in Indianapolis, I mean, you had 75% of the bowling population that would attend Junior Gold lives east of the Mississippi River. 60% of them could drive in to Indianapolis from 8 hours away. So when 60% of your field gets affected, I have an issue.
Sure.
I have a big issue with that. And
it's just you're thinking beyond just the number of youth bowlers. You're thinking of how it affects the families as a whole. It's
Oh,
not just, yeah.
absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of families out there that can't afford it. I mean, when you've got 3 kids and they bowl, well, that's $150 to $200 a week. You know, plus practice, plus equipment, plus this, plus that. So, you know, for them to qualify, that's great. But when you got to add flights to it and you got to add, you know, all this stuff to it, and then I'm sorry, I love Las Vegas. I have a great time when I go out there. I love to gamble. I love to people watch. I love to laugh at how stupid they are.
Didn't Caesars name one of their parking lots after you?
Pretty much. What, Lot Lizard Small, is that it or something?
No, just the parking lot.
Oh, the parking lot.
Nothing about the reptiles that may be around that lot.
No, that's true. But I'm sorry, but I don't have children. But I would not want to send my 12 or 13 or my 14-year-old child out there to see things that maybe they don't need to see at that age. Because I don't care where you go in Las Vegas. It doesn't matter where you go, what you do. You're going to see something that is going to be inappropriate, at least for eyes of that age. And I have a major problem with that. I do. I have a major problem with that. I have a major problem with the USBC not making a phone call to me, knowing that I have 2 centers that could have very easily hosted this one. I mean, how nice is this place?
Well, yeah.
And then my
44 lanes, yeah.
Noblesville location is 20 minutes from Indianapolis, and we're 40 minutes here. So
Yeah.
I didn't get a phone call. It gets moved, and probably just read some of the articles and all that everybody has called.
Yeah,
me.
there's been some social media out there, and there's been some reporting from some of the. I know Jeff Rickles transposed one of your Facebook posts in the article he did about the change from junior gold from Indianapolis to Vegas, and I know there's been some concerns, as you said. You know, some of the similar concerns you make are with the parents as well, and it's interesting how that changed, where the initial report comes out where it's moving from Indianapolis to Las Vegas, and then you think, okay, and all of a sudden 2 days later there's the announcement that they're going to have the finals of a PWBA event as part of the kickoff ceremonies for Junior Gold in Vegas at the Orleans. It's a great time for the kids to get to see some of the best female players in the world, no doubt about that. But it just, makes you wonder about how everything kind of came together for the change of venue. And like I said, I know that's a sore spot with you.
I do not have a I have my opinion.
Yeah.
And that is something I will not share.
Understand.
Because I'm not going to share it.
Well, something you're going to have to share, Dave, because it's required at the part of every game around the 4th or 5th frame, is the update for the prior game standings, and we're going to require you to read our top 10.
Yay, top 10. Let's see, they're all old.
Right.
No.
They're all at least 50 years of age. That is a requirement here.
Brian LeClaire is still hitting at plus 143, averaging 235, followed by Stoney Baker. I love me some Stoney Baker. He's so funny. Plus 125. Don Harrington at plus 111. Pocketbone is making his move at plus 101. Mr. Kretzer from Dayton, Ohio at plus 88. My man on the side, Mr. Pete Weber, coming in at plus 84. See, I told you, it just takes a couple of games. Donald Hogue from Akron, still at plus 83. Mark Sullivan, my other boyfriend on the side here from
Indy. You just like his hair.
Oh, I love his hair.
I love that
Mark
hair,
Sullivan.
too. I got to admit, best hair on the PBA50 tour.
Lyle Coleman moving it to plus 62, and Bobby Learn getting it at plus 61 right now. So a lot of bowlers pretty tight in that plus 60 range. Right now, the cut to the top 31. Top 31 is plus 17, 204. So my number at plus 90 to 100 is not far off.
No,
right now.
Yeah, you're pacing really good. And you never know what the situation might be day 2. These guys might start a little farther right tomorrow or a little farther left, and the scoring pace might start off different. I mean, we look at what we did in Monticello a couple of events back, and the cut actually went down on the second day. It actually backed up 20 pins from the day 1 cut. So you never know what's going to happen until these guys get out here and throw the bowling ball for their required 16 games of qualifying.
Yep.
And,
but they look good out there. I mean, you know, We love having them. Well, most of them. There's a few that, well, you know, bitter party of when your table was waiting bitter. Thank you. But honestly, I mean, I knew going in this week when I saw the pattern, I knew it wouldn't be the highest scoring. I like having good scores, competitive scores, you know,
Right.
300s here and there. I don't think we'll see a 300 this week.
No, okay.
No, I don't. I don't think they're. I think they're a little too transitionally tricky. You know, with that much out of bounds, I think really you can't miss right.
All right, I'll bet you a glass of wine after we're done with the event. You say there's going to be none. I'll take 2. One's a push.
One's a push?
Yeah,
I'll
one's a
take
push.
0.
Okay, you take 0. I'll take 2. I think we'll get to 2.
I don't think we will.
All right.
Can I join? Say 1.
Sure.
Wow.
But then also,
you don't say a whole heck of a lot for like 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's on wine and alcohol. I'll take 1. Give me 1.
Yeah. As soon as the booze gets involved, absolutely.
Of course.
Not going to turn that down.
Of course not. I just don't think that there's enough recovery to get to the 300, because if you're gonna miss, I mean, Weber went through the nose for a 3-pin. You know, we've seen everybody has gone slightly high because they know that they cannot give it that room. You know, where they're gonna have 10 or 2-8-10 or something like that. You know, but that's okay.
Well, and it's the 5 on a pair too in qualifying, because these guys are used to making movement with 3 on a pair or 4 on a pair.
I'm gonna slap the snot out of you.
Why?
Who cares if it's 4 on a pair,
No,
5
I'm just
on a pair,
saying. I'm just
6
saying.
on a pair?
Sometimes the guys get fooled with trying to make that move in advance, because a lot of times when we see strike strings get interrupted, when we saw it in Hammond, it was because the guys made too big of a move and they 2-pin, or they just come in light, or they 2-10.
Or they can hitch up their skirt and throw the ball back.
Well, but they over-anticipated the move because of the number of players on the pair. I mean, there's 9 shots that get thrown on one lane before you get, at a minimum, not counting spear balls, before you get back up again.
Potentially.
So, you know, and that's.
But I'll argue the whole 4-5 thing. I don't care.
Oh, I don't care either. But it's just a matter of anticipating the move.
You know, I get tired of hearing the whining. Oh, there's 5 on a pair. It's too slow. It's too. You know what? Suck it up and bowl.
Well, it's not more physically demanding for these guys. It's
less physically demanding.
It's a little more of a mental grind instead.
Yeah.
And that's why when you see these tournaments like this, you usually see the guys with a bit of stronger mental games that manage to keep their way near the top of the standings.
They should. Jack Jerk just looked at me and gave me a thumbs down. Jack, no. We're not. No. Don't make me get out of this chair and come kick your butt. Don't make me do it. Go 250.
He's in decent shape. He's
50.
He's -3 after 4 games.
Oh my God, -3. No. Come on, Gladys.
Kenny Seymour would tell Jack to suck it up.
I'm so.
You know, Kenny Seymour
would tell you to suck it up.
Get out there and bowl. Yeah, look at that.
Get your hands off your hips. Go throw the ball.
Jack wanted to make sure he said hi to Kenny. So did Pete Weber. Pete walked by.
You know the horrible thing is I'm the only one that can talk to the pros like that.
I just did. That's
you know
because
what
you were
I'm
here.
saying?
Oh, that's because you were here. I used you as a bit of a deflect.
I got all kinds of hugs and kisses during the shake and the hands and the kiss of babies and all this good stuff. You know.
Hold on, you kissing babies?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
La 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 la.
Play nice.
Never. It's my sandbox.
And
if I want the dump truck, I'll take the dump truck.
If you want to crap in it, you will.
I have done that before, too. Thank you. I have marked my territory every now and then.
Yes, indeed. Not a bad thing to do. Wow, Doug Kent, another wrap 10.
And like I said, that is the only problem right now is you get the push down the lane. And, excuse me, let me channel Mr. Kata for a moment. It's all about the rotation from side to side. It's about the length. It's about the roll. It's about the pap, the pin. I have no idea what the hell all that stuff is.
When did Tom Carter turn to Fran Drescher? Jeez.
Well, you know, he talks like this every now and then. I got to give Tom Carter some help. I'm channeling somebody, right? Forgive me.
No, you're fully forgiven. I'm just worried about, a couple of your other alter egos coming out.
Oh, there's a few.
Uh-huh.
There's a few.
I saw a couple of them on Friday night. I saw a couple of them.
Which ones came out that night?
I'll let you know off air.
Okay. All right. Now, Jack Jurek is on 37 right now. He is on lane 37. I just yelled at him So let's see if he hitches it up and actually throws a strike.
Well, he's definitely
I've yelled at him.
left, and he's right over that.
Oh, see, that's what happens when you yell at Jack Jurek. That's it right there. See, that's why
Tough love, Dave.
I am the best coach out there.
It's just tough love.
I am the best coach out. Throw it better. Pick your head up, throw it better. See? That's the best coaching you can get right there.
Jack Clean with a double through 6 frames. Not a bad way to be. That's the thing this week, though. It is the matrix of fairness.
Fairness.
So you want to get that as high up in qualifying as you can to at least get the morning round. You want to at least get that morning round off, that cashier's round.
Oh, that cashier's
on
round
Tuesday.
sucks. That
Because-
does. 8 o'clock in the morning. Most of these bodies don't even start till about 11.
Yep.
You know, God, the creaks and the cracks and the Advil.
So,
It's Geritol,
So then you get
Bengay.
five games there.
That's brutal.
Then you only.
I'm not even up at that
Yeah.
point. I don't come over
Yeah.
for the cashier's round.
Yeah.
Screw that. I'm
Well,
still in bed.
We're pretty much on.
I'm
we're,
still in bed.
yeah, we're pretty much on semi-radio silence during that
No
as well
offense.
here in the
No.
booth.
No offense, but I don't want to watch them bowl anyways. They're not who I'm here to see at that point. Oh, did I say that? That's pretty rude. That was ruthless.
But those 8 guys that advance, they then meet up with the guys that are 9th through 24th in qualifying.
Now I have a
In
little bit of
match play.
interest.
Right.
I'll have breakfast while they bowl.
So, yeah, well, that starts at noon, so it's kind of a brunch.
You're
Tuesday
right.
brunch. Yeah, that'd be a Tuesday brunch. What's the Tuesday brunch special here at Championship Lanes? Because the omelets are really good.
Oh, the omelets are good.
Yeah.
I had one this morning.
So I can get away with, let's say, an omelet and a Virgin Mary on Tuesday.
A Virgin
afternoon?
Mary?
I am on the air,
I have
sir.
never seen you drink a Virgin
I
Mary.
have on the air, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have drank a Virgin Mary on the air?
Yeah. Here? Oh, absolutely.
I think
Misty makes a good Virgin Mary in there.
Oh, yeah, she does.
Yeah.
I think I've had a glass of wine or 2 or 3
Oh,
while
yeah.
I've been on the air.
Well, it's understandable, but we don't have. There's certain broadcast standards I have to be held to with FloBowling and
This is
Flow
true.
Sports LLC.
I'm going to need that dictionary pretty soon.
All right, now, I think, is Mr. Jurek up? Not yet?
Not
quite.
yet.
Okay, we're going to root Jack on again when he gets up, and we'll make sure that you see it. Now, remember my coaching I gave him. Hitch up your skirt and throw it better. Stop whining. I mean, that's pretty straightforward for
It
me.
is.
That's how I coach my kids. There's no crying in bowling as I backhand them across 3 lanes. You know, stop crying. There's no crying in bowling.
Wow.
You know, throw it better. You know, you throw the ball like your mama. I mean, I'm this just bad coach. Kids love me for some reason. I don't why. Under 6 and over 60, they love me. It's that 54 years in between I just can't quite get a finger on, a pulse on. You were warned.
Thing is, she's not really doing anything to interject to stop you either. I'm just waiting to see every once in a while if she's going to come in and try to. Nope.
I was waiting for her to push me off the damn chair.
I'm just letting the magic happen.
The magic.
I'm just letting the magic happen.
The magic.
Dave the Magic Small.
Fairness.
Yeah, that's where you want to be 1 through 8 in qualifying because it doesn't matter if you're first, doesn't matter if you're 8th.
Just get there.
You just have to come back.
Just get there. That's all you got to do.
My little fireball, Lynn Steichoff, just stopped by the booth to say hi.
I love her.
Her and Ted are great. I don't have, like I said, I don't have a, I try to stay very, emotionally uninvolved with the bowlers scoring and stuff like that. Try not to play favorites, but I can play favorites with the wives, and I'll tell you what,
Lynn
Steichoff, she's a fireball. She is spectacular. She's always up,
Well,
down,
Ted
running
came
around.
in. Ted came in yesterday, and I said, "Excuse me, you are not allowed in here without the beautiful Lynn. Where is she?" And he said, "Well, she's relaxing right now." I said, "Uh-huh. She best be coming in." All right, Jack Jurek now is up.
Well, we're going to look at Steichoff, I believe, first. 'Cause
Are we?
Yeah, we'll get Steichoff first. We'll see where Teddy's playing. He's had a rough couple of weeks,
But he's plus right now.
but he's plus right now.
I think he's plus 13.
Plus 19 for
I was
4.
close.
You were close. So let's see where Teddy's playing the lanes. And let's see a guy with a little lower on the rev rate, a little lower on the ball speeds playing as compared to Jurek. And I think that's the one thing about this Mark Roth pattern is guys can get a little different through the front part of the lane depending on their ball speed and rev rate. It's not really favoring anybody at this point in time. Sometimes you see patterns that favor the guys that really go straight. Sometimes you see it favor guys that can get in and slow hook it. That's
Slow
a little
hook.
left. Yeah, it's a little left. for
Little
Teddy
left.
there. Well, watch Jerk. Jerk's probably 7 boards left on the approach.
All right, let's see if he throws a double since I yelled at him.
And it's right over that dark lane indicator,
Oh,
and that
Jesus.
just hung after it got down lane a bit more. And the super washout, never fun to shoot at.
Oy vey is all I'm going to say to that.
I'd say it's about a 50-50 shot for a player of Jerk's caliber right about now.
Yep. That just hung. He might have missed it at the bottom. But you know it's going to be a fun finals with Carter and I on here.
Well, yeah, I'll be playing ringmaster. I'll have my top hat, my
Pretty
whip out
much.
for you, and not really as much for Tom.
Me, I'm harmless.
I'll get my chair out, and my whip, and my top hat. And
I'll call you Daddy. Be
Lion's
careful. You said
I'm
you
not
said
that-
whip.
I'm not that much older than you, Dave.
If you bring the whip out, I might call you Daddy.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm leaving.
We finally did it. We finally pushed her to the edge.
We broke.
This is how you make it, boys and girls. Just like
Ah.
that.
See?
See, that's why he's one of the best.
Yeah, and it's family things at home. He makes sure the family's taken care of. He's got the pro shop, and I always appreciate the guys that have family come first out here. Ted Steichhoff, we just talked about him. He had some celebrations with his family. He had a son that had a big retirement soiree, and he missed the Senior U.S. Open because of that. And you hear it all the time. Guys just, nope, not bowling this week. Time for family. And you can respect that a lot.
I say that all the time.
Time for family?
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of your
Never happens.
Well, I was gonna say, but a lot of your employees you treat like family.
I do?
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah. You were that young man at the snack bar Friday night that you were whooping on.
Oh, my son.
Yeah,
Yes, my
your
son.
adopted son. That his mother Misty said
Yes.
you can keep him in line.
That boy, funny story about that child. We had the demo party in here, and you saw where Angie took a swing at the wall and totally missed.
No,
I will have to show you that.
I
That
gotta
is
see that video.
So classic.
We may have to play that here on the Flow Zone.
I can give you that video. And Angie missed the wall completely. And he just was this, I'm going to tear everything down and destroy this place.
Okay.
And he did. He tore everything down, ripped both the soles of his boots out doing it, but had a great time doing it, so I went and bought him a pair of boots. So he
That's nice.
had a pair of boots because he volunteered his time to come in and have fun and, knock stuff down.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun to watch. He just took a hammer and just beat the crap out of everything.
Let's get back to Jerk because Dave's yelled at him once again.
Is he up again?
He's up again. He's stepping up on lane 37.
All right, he threw the ball like crap last time, so let's see if he can do a little bit better.
Oh, see, he's got you're in the back of his head now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he's
No,
checking
I'm not.
the fit. He's going for tape.
No, he's fine. He just needs one of those 250 games right now.
Yeah.
Get a little confidence going. This is his first tournament of the year.
Oh, absolutely.
He's been taking care of mom, taking
Yeah.
care of the shop, taking care of business, taking
Right.
care of, things at home. And, I sat and had an adult beverage with him last night. And, he feels guilty about being out here right now. And it's like, Jack, don't feel guilty.
Yeah.
I know it's hard. You're the primary caregiver in the household. Come out and enjoy yourself for a couple days. It's not going to hurt anything, and so.
It's asking me to recommend championship lanes on Facebook. Is that okay? Should I say yes?
I would hope so. How hateful is that? Yeah, don't recommend us. Tell us we're crappy. No, I'm kidding.
Well, at least you recommended your place. Why isn't only 332 others? There should be a lot more recommendations. out
That's
there.
normal. Come on, Jackie. That's high.
What about?
Yay,
Hey.
Brooklyn! Yay! All right.
We got to talk to Cammie about that. We just had her in a booth. She's your social media mogul.
Oh,
We gotta get on that. Cammie, get in there.
Get to work.
Get to work.
That's all good. It's all good. We just have fun. The light hit's carrying very well today. The half pocket hit, not so much. Not so much.
Oh, Sammy V, 3, 4, 6, 7. He's been making
Sammy V.
He's been making some big spares lately to get into position where he was second last week in Hammond. Made a great 2, 4, 8, 10 during the stepladder finals.
Sammy's the man. I love me some Sammy V.
I saw you look at me, Phil. What's that about?
Oh, look at that!
Give
He
it a
got
run.
hosed. Well, I'm just saying, some of us saw the reaction to the shot, and some of us saw the spare get made.
I try my best.
It was a hey, for your first show, and I got a lot of comments from people as well that they enjoyed watching the show from Hammond, and you cut a great show. And looking forward to having you steer the ship for Dave, myself, and Tom on Tuesday night. James Campbell's solid 8. You see him trying to stare that down.
Oh, you have no idea how wild we can get.
Yeah, like I said, I will have a whip with me for a reason. As Campbell +1 after his first 3, but he's kind of riding a roller coaster. He had a good string going in game 3. Let's see what Campbell's games are to this point. 190, 226, 212, and then 173. So
I don't think anybody is going to not have a bad game somewhere along the line out here. There's going to be that one pair that's just going to be slightly off. And
I think it's going to be different for the style of bowler as well, because we've seen it where some pairs are bad for everybody. We've had some tough pairs.
When we're watching Steve Hoskins right now on lanes 39 and 40. And you can see Steve is really attacking from a very, very steep angle. He's one of my favorite bowlers out on the tour.
Well, that style really hasn't changed in, a bunch of years.
And he's still a monster. Still throws that monster ball. Still throws that monster ball. But I will have to give you that video feed for Angie. Lord, what are you pulling up?
We'll see momentarily.
Oh, his 300 game. His 300 game, I remember that.
Except it wasn't that game. I think it was the game. I think it was the opening game.
I think it was the opening game.
Nope, it wasn't the opening game.
Third game, fourth game?
Could have been the championship, because that would stick out like a sore thumb, because there's only been a couple. No, he didn't have it at the Touring Players Championship.
He had it in Rochester.
Yeah.
He had it in Rochester. Just type Steve Hoskins 300 game. Steve Hoskins 300, and it should pop right up. Yeah, it was in Rochester at Marcel's Olympic Bowl. One of my favorite centers. And I believe it was against Walter Ray Williams Jr.
I think this, here we go.
We're surfing, and we're surfing.
But, you just look at Hoskins' style from today back to here, where he's getting ready to shoot that 12th shot against Walter A. Williams Jr., where this would have been the second 300 game shot against Walter A. in his PBA career. He's had 3 done on TV against him. Walter A. yet to shoot a 300 of his own on television.
And a 299.
And but you look at the form, it's really not a lot different. The backswing might be a little lower. The knee bend isn't as much, but when you get all 10 in the pit for a perfect game, who cares? And that's just one of the highlights of Hoskins' Hall of Fame career, to go with numerous PBA titles. And Hoskins went in 2017.
That's right. I'm not in. My performance hasn't been good enough, so I'll never.
There's always hope as meritorious service to the PBA. You look at Don Mitchell from the Indianapolis area, PBA Hall of Famer for his meritorious service. There's still that way to get in there, Dave. I'm sure you wouldn't say no to a Hall of Fame induction from the PBA for meritorious service.
Yeah, you never know. I'm a humble individual. And both of the guys just turned their microphone off because they were laughing.
Wow. No, I almost fell backwards out of my chair.
You'd hit the wall. Don't ruin my freshly painted wall.
That's a nice coat of paint on here. I do like the black and blue.
That's
and
gray.
white. This is gray above me? It looks black.
Gray.
Looks
It's
black.
gray. It's like a
Okay.
slate gray.
Oh,
It's a deep, luxurious
just
gray.
just the angle of my eyes are catching the light. So, and the way my eyes are catching your eyes, Dave, catching that light. And on that note, we're
On
gonna
that note, I think I'm going to go.
Yeah,
and,
we're gonna-
I don't know.
Yeah, but we're gonna get a little audio intermission here. Game 5 wrapping up. Game 6 coming up next, and yeah, I'm gonna go. I might go grab one of those Virgin Marys at the lounge here. So,
I'm thinking sandwich.
all right, Game 6 coming up next.
Bye, guys.
Well, here's the man who won here at Championship Lanes back in 2017, Parker Bone III. Took down Norm Duke in that championship match. Bone was 4th after the first 4 games of qualifying, plus 101. We'll have that 5-game update coming to you as quickly as possible. Once again, 97 players in the field. All scores coming in at once. Takes a few moments to get those scores entered, verified, and placed in the correct rankings for the players. This isn't the only PBA action going on this weekend. Kicking off, for those of you staying here with us in the Flow Zone, we appreciate it. A little bit of a delay before the PBA Tour Finals will be starting on CBS Sports Network, as there's some high school basketball that's finishing up there. So thanks for staying with us here in the Flow Zone. We'll run you through the rest of this qualifying round. You'll still have plenty of time to catch up if you're DVRing the CBS Sports Network broadcast of the Barbasol PBA Tour Finals. And there's also regional action going on this week for the PBA. Right now, just not too far away from where we are at in Anderson, Indiana. The PBA Angola Central Midwest Open, presented by Storm at Angola Bowl in Angola, Indiana. Ronnie Russell with a huge lead with 5 match play games remaining. He has a 175-pin lead over second place Graham Fogg currently. You can follow that live scoring update game by game at PBA.com. Also a regional in the Southwest region, the Fort Sill Southwest Open, presented by Motive. And they are just past the halfway point of their 7-game match play round. And Deron Booker with a 175-pin lead over Devin Bidwell. That seems to be the popular lead in these regional events right now. Anthony Lavery Spar made his way back from Portland, Maine. He's currently 3rd, 176 behind Booker, as they have 3 games of match play remaining in that event in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And in the West and Northwest regions, we have the PBA Houston non-member doubles tournament from Houston's Hazel Dell Lanes in Vancouver, Washington. And that event is in its final match play round. With Josh Blanchard and non-member Eric Jensen battling Rob Edwards and Jason Lower. And that event looks like it has turned final, with Blanchard and Jensen taking home the title on the strength of Blanchard's 264 game, Jensen with 207. So that's a 471 total against a total of 417 for Lower and Edwards. So another regional title in the back pocket for Josh Blanchard. Of course, you can check your full regional schedule for the PBA Tour by going to PBA.com, and on the main menu on the left side of your screen, open up that menu, click on the schedule tab, and in that drop-down menu you'll see the tab for the PBA Regional Tour. As a light weekend next weekend on the Regional Tour, just one event in Tacoma, Washington, the PBA50 Tower Lanes Summer Classic. But that first week of August, things are really going to pick up on the regional level for both the PBA 50 Tour and PBA Tour bowlers for all of August throughout all the regions on the regional tour. Pretty good. PBA Hall of Famer Mike Albee just making his way past the booth. Just got in the bowling center, paying a visit. Of course, Arrowhead Bowling nearby Lafayette, Indiana. It's about an hour drive from here, so sure Mr. Albee coming in, checking with friends and stuff. We'll see if we can maybe pull him in the booth in a little while, but I'm not going to grab him first thing coming in the door. He's got a lot of hands he's shaking already and a lot of faces I'm sure he wants to see right away.
And coming in hot on this hot day down here in Anderson, Indiana at our Championship Lanes Classic here, our top 10 standings after 5 games. Woo! Still leading the pack at number 1 is Brian Leclerc. He's trucking along, no problem. His pinfall right now, he's at plus 134. But Don Harrington is second place right behind him with plus 133. So currently neck and neck in our first 2 spots. But it's early, it's 5 games. We could see a lot happen. Parker Bone third is right behind him with plus 127. He's on a flow zone coverage pair as of right now, so we'll get more looks at Parker as he goes through his last 2 sets of the day today. Stoney Baker is our 4th place spot, tied with Mark Sullivan for plus 108. 6th place, Pete Weber right now with plus 99. Harry Solons is right behind him with our 7th place spot with plus 93. Brian Kretzer, another name on our flow zone coverage pairs, is right behind Solons in our 8th place spot with plus 90. Then our 9th place spot goes to Michael Haugen Jr. with plus 68. And Walter Ray Williams Jr. wraps up the 10 with plus 65 for our Game 5 standings. You can always catch all of our standings, however, at both PBA.com and at FloBowling. If you need to find a certain name, if you're just curious, seeing where the field's at, it's all there online for you.
So the air conditioning unit outside is definitely working overtime with the heat here and the humidity in the greater Indianapolis area, because outside it is air you can wear for as humid as it is. And some of the players here are having a little issue. The approaches, they're beyond sweaty. They're starting to get a little swampy in some areas of the center, especially by the doors. Yeah, it's definitely turned swampy. I've seen
Sweaty
some,
and swampy can go hand in hand
Yeah.
sometimes.
starting to get a little more bowlers changing sliding soles. I've seen the bowlers go to actually putting a cut sock over their sliding sole just to make sure they get as minimal attraction as possible. And unfortunately, it's the same for everyone. Everyone needs to make the adjustments, and they say that anything that's over 75 for dew point's impressive. It's 76 for the dew point with a 92-degree temperature. That gives a heat index outside of 103.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So I know there's a lot of people in the greater Indianapolis area waiting for some thunderstorms to roll through. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with some rain and some wind for a while. But hopefully that cool air for these residents of central Indiana makes its way through the area this evening. So some interesting players just outside the top 10 are defending champion John Marsala. No need to get the large piece of lumber out for John yet, as he's at plus 59 and 13th. Gary Faulkner plus 57 and 14th. Keith Lesko 53 to the plus and 15th. Ryan Schaefer, he's made a big run. He had the struggles early. We talked about it. Through the first 3 games, he started 149, 205, 200. Now the last 2 games, 269, 224 for Schaefer. So Schaefer's got his way back up to plus 47 and 19th overall. And that cut line, once again, sitting right around the 203, 204 mark, just under 204, with Charlie Tapp and Bo Gergen, a couple of Michigan residents, sitting at that number. Some other notables just outside of our cut number at 32. Lenny Borsch, just a pin out, plus 17. Jack Jurek, 2 out, plus 16. Rick Graham, plus 7. Michael Duran, who's in the running for Rookie of the Year. I mean, if somebody can get something else done and pass Danny Wiseman, what he did earlier this season with that second place finish in Mooresville in the top 10 finish Wiseman had in that major at the Villages at the PBA 50 National Championship. There still could be hope for somebody else to take Rookie of the Year away from Wiseman. "40 of our 97 players to the positive. But 23 of those players averaging between 210 and 200. So once again, this could be to the point of the last game of qualifying where we could have 20 or 30 players in position to try to get into those final 10 or 15 spots to advance to the Matrix of Fairness on Tuesday. Joel Carlson, minus 30 after Carlson's first 5. And when you're only getting half on some of your shots, that can be an issue. Only one game above 200 to this point for Carlson. That was in game 2 at 223. Let's see what Carlson can do here. The hard part's getting the ball far enough past the 2-pin to take out the 7-8. Oh, he does it perfectly. Hold on 1 second here. Yeah, Anderson Police Department. Yeah, there's been a robbery on lane 38. Once again, we're getting a lot of robberies out here on the PBA50 tour.
The hard wrap 7 for Doug Henry there to end his 6 in a row bid for perfection.
It's a beautiful moment here inside of Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. Friend of the Flow Zone booth, Kim Dowdle, stopped by with her son Devin, and Devin's in the youth bowling world at all these national tournaments. Devin, for years now, has brought his pet hedgehog, Hershey, along, and Hershey, she's cute as a button for a hedgehog, and Devin and Hershey have made a lot of friends over time, and Hershey, she just made another friend with Dave Small, the proprietor here, and I know, Jenny, you got a chance to hang out with Hershey a little while ago. I got a chance to hang out with Hershey again.
I fell in love.
Yeah. So there's a great story about Hershey and a former compatriot of mine back in the days when we were extra frame, and his name is Van McNeil. He's a pretty famous Milwaukee radio personality. You know Van.
I know Van.
And Van was working with us in the Teen Masters back in 2017 in Virginia. And Hershey, that was the first time I had met Kim and Devin and Hershey, and Hershey was given to Van to hold on to, and about 5 seconds after Van held on to Hershey, Hershey decided to unleash her bowels on Van McNeil's shirt sleeve and shirt pocket.
Oh my gosh.
So it was a great reception that Hershey gave to Van. The look on Van's face was spectacular when it happened.
Yeah, two of my high school friends, they were both hedgehog owners, and both the hedgehogs actually came from the same breeder, because there's just one hedgehog breeder in, I guess, all of Milwaukee County for the last 4 years. Okay. And my one friend was like, "Yeah, don't hold them too long because they like to go very frequently."
I'm gonna get my camera out here. Let's see if we can get a shot of Hershey in a minute. Hold on, I'll be back. We gotta get with Hershey in the bowling center. I mean, everybody's got to meet Hershey. So hold on. She's just sniffing things out. Hershey, 4 years of age. She's very tame in bowling alley settings, and once again, cute as a button.
Oh, I love her so much.
And it's just amazing because he just carries her around. She's comfortable in her pouch. And Hershey loves bowling. Hershey was out watching some of the lanes before. I've seen some pictures of Hershey on the approaches. So, all right. Well, unfortunately, we got to get away from the cuteness for a minute and get back to the bowling. But that, everyone, is. Can we say Hershey the bowling hedgehog? She's never really bowled though, but everybody knows Hershey from bowling. Yeah, I saw the picture that Devin had out on Facebook from Teen Masters of Hershey bowling on the lane. So there it is, Hershey the bowling hedgehog. The world has met the cutest thing I've seen in the bowling alley in years. And once again, thanks to Kim Dowdle, Devin Dowdle for stopping by on their way home from Junior Gold back to their home in the Birmingham, Alabama area. So taking in some of the PBA50 action they knew was going on. And, if you didn't get a chance to see a PBA Tour event close to home, it was nice that, some of these people got to take one in. Either we had some people stop by in Hammond that were youth players that were on their way to Junior Gold. Got a chance to check out the Pro-Ams and such. Or what we had here going in Anderson, Indiana on their way home. Carl West, not a great start to his day. He's averaging just over 176, and boy, when you hit the pocket and get a result like that with the 4-5, your day is going to go from bad to worse. Ricky Schisler, though, sitting in 17th. A week ago today, Schisler took down a regional event in Illinois that was held between our stops in Monticello and Hammond. Schisler took down that regional title in Arlington Heights. Of course, Zykes family, proprietor of that center in Arlington Heights, they've been great supporters of the PBA since the inception. Back in 1958. Of course, PBA incorporated in 1958. First tournament was in 1959. So this being the 60th competition year, but 61st year of existence for the PBA. Schisler in the championship match took down Brian Goebel for that title at the PBA50 Beverly Lanes Midwest Central Open. Another, geez, we have seen so many of those pins go around the 7 or 10 pin on splitter washout conversions this last week and a half.
Yeah.
It's just, you're throwing it too good apparently at that spare. Unbelievable. Teddy Stakoff, this is a guy who's been out here for 20 years on the PBA 50 tour. 71 years young, going to turn 72 in November. This is Ted's 177th career PBA 50 national event. That's definitely got to be one of the higher totals out there. The only other player that might be a little bit higher on the senior national stops would be Dale Eagle. Let's see what we can find. The number of national stops that Dale Eagle has had over the years. Eagles had 248 senior events in his career, and I know Dale said he retired at the end of last year. And I'm pretty sure Dale's watching us on FloBowling right now, and it wouldn't surprise me that if the PBA 50 Tour got close to the location where Dale Eagle is residing, he might be convinced to make his way back into competition for one more event. I just can't see Dale staying retired after all those years between all the events he bowled on the PBA National Tour, 693 national events, to go to his 248 senior events. And of course, Dale, in his PBA career, just over $1 million earned from that career that's basically spanned almost 5 decades. Players finishing up game 6, 2 games remaining here at Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. And the PBA 50 Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic rolls on with player movement. getting in the last 2 games here of qualifying for the opening day of the PBA 50 Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic. There's a guy in this pair. He's going to be looking for a little revenge. On the pins from last week, and that's Lenny Borsch Jr. He had a pair of lanes. Back-to-back in games 5 and position round, game 6 of match play round 2, and that caused the stepladder to be missed by Lenny Borsch Jr. Joining me once again in the booth is one Dave Small of Fun Time Centers here.
Hasta Flega.
And the owner of this great facility, 44 lanes, the Blaze Restaurant and Tavern.
Good food.
And quality, pork tenderloin to die for. Is that pork tenderloin going to be available when we're up in Jackson? Please tell me it is.
No, it's not.
So I have to get it here, but I can get it again in Fort Wayne.
You can get it in Fort Wayne.
All right.
We have a little different menu in Jackson, a little more regional flair. They don't really know what a tenderloin is in southern Michigan. So we don't have that. We have a lot of grinders up there that they enjoy.
AKA hoagie submarine sandwiches.
You got it.
And
They love their hoagies up there.
all right. Is it pop or soda in Jackson?
I don't care. Just order it. Just buy it. Pop, soda. I'd like a Coke. What flavor? Dr. Pepper, please.
Right.
That's when you go to Texas.
Well, when I go to Oklahoma, it's a not Coke.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that.
As we watch the scores go down.
Yeah. Game 6 recap should be coming through shortly. Hey, I think we have it.
Oh, Lord, do I get to read again? Dang.
Hey, you're here. Why not?
Why not? Hey, as you look. Big Shock, who's still leading. Wow, Brian LeClaire, plus 159. Stoney Baker at plus 130. The Mouth of Detroit, Harry Sullins at plus 128. Pockabone the third, here he comes, plus 124. Don Harrington, plus 122. Mark Sullivan, local boy here, plus 114. Michael Hagen Jr. at plus 108. My baby Pete Weber at plus 105. Mr. Kretzer at plus 104. And rounding out the top 10, remember we talked about simple moves? Mr. Hoskins was not doing that hot, but shot a couple of good games if we take a look at what Steve did. On the screen, you can see that he was plus maybe even after the first 3, but shot right at 700 for the next 3, 255, 184, 253. So that moved him from about 35th place to 10th. And that's all it takes is a couple of good games out there. Bob Learn in 12th, Walter in 11th. Walter's two-handing it right now. And that gives him such an advantage because he can go so much deeper than some of these old farts and get a little bit more on the ball. So I call them that. They know that. They love me for that. But right now, the cut continues to drop, which is interesting. The cut now is plus 17 or a 202 average, which means if we were to factor that out over 16 games, the cut's going to be under 50. But I still think the cut's going to be around plus 90. I think we'll see the scores go up in the morning tomorrow, and I think we're going to see the scores come up a little bit tomorrow in the morning.
Lovely Rhonda from Blaze
I love Rhonda.
searching me out right now going, hey, who's paying for that crew lunch? Looking
If we were
right at me.
If we were to cut right now, the 5 super seniors, it would be -3 at Ron Moore getting in at this point.
Oh, that's interesting, Dave, because we take 8 super seniors.
Oh, was it 8? I thought it was
It's the ex-
5.
no, it's the extra 8.
Oh. So it's
And so-
minus 152,306 that would get in at that point.
No, it's actually Bill Nichols right now at -32.
I always forget it's 8. I always think it's 5.
Yeah, no, it's the extra 8. I've coined that phrase. I don't know how much it's caught on, but
Fairness.
exactly. The extra 8 making it into the Matrix of Fairness on Tuesday.
Jeff Goodyear, I miss you. Jeff Goodyear, I really miss you.
Jeff Goodger's not watching right now, unfortunately, because he's in Las Vegas. The PBA Tour Finals going on right now. We've got some people here in the bowling center double screening things. And I think the first match is in the books. I don't know who won, but there's definitely people watching the bowling live out in front of us here. And there's some people also paying attention to what's going on in CBS Sports Network on laptops and mobile phones. So
We've got bowling everywhere here.
right, and that's the best way to have it. So
Can never have enough bowling. Never enough bowling. More bowling.
well, they're going to get more bowling tomorrow because we've got 2 more games here, this game and game 8, and then we will get. Here, you can give that to Rhonda next time. You see her.
Rhonda, this is from Philly. Actually, was halfway respectable when it came to a tip. Look at that.
Wow. I didn't even get. Hold on.
Thanks, Uncle Phil.
Hold on, because I tipped her. I don't have that many allowed with me, but that's also for you
Oh,
as well.
a $2 Brylo
See?
bill.
You're welcome, Rhonda.
I'm mean, aren't I?
See?
I wish I had about 200 more of her in my company. God, I love that woman.
Well, and the neat thing about you're coming into your centers is that it's familiar faces, and it's not at just the management level. It's the lane, the pin chasers, the mechanics, the front of house with your counter people and your bartenders and your wait staff. You see the same people year after year, and that tells me 2 things. First of all, it means that you actually are a nice guy and you treat your staff well.
That's lies and deceit.
And the second thing is that you give them an environment where they enjoy doing their job and they enjoy interacting with the bowlers that you have in your center. And, that's the neat thing that gets overlooked sometimes with customer services. Sometimes, one bad customer a day can really give a person a different outlook on their job. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the boss. It could be, the people around them. And it just seems like you keep a pretty good crowd of regulars here inside of championship lanes.
We don't see the turnover that a lot of places see. I mean, we don't turn and burn our employees.
No.
We pay them. We pay them well. We respect them. We give them, they have health care, 401k, profit sharing. They've got a little bit of everything with us. And, probably the most tenure is here or Kokomo. It's probably the most tenured employees. Who's the long? I would say right now in the company, Linda would be the longest.
Up at Heritage Lanes.
Up at Heritage. She would be 30 years that she's been in that center. And Rhonda here's been here for like 26. Georgianne's been here 28. We've got a lot of long-term employees, which has been nice.
Well, I'm glad I could help out with your employees' profit sharing.
Thank you. We appreciate that. You made the bills a little easier to pay this week.
Yeah, with the crew lunch here inside of.
I tell you, so much fun this time of year. I love summer. God, I wish it was like this all year. Not. God.
Well, you seem to have. You're in a pretty decent crowd here for your pro-am.
Oh yeah, we always have a good
night.
we always have a good turnout. But when you're in the Midwest or the Northeast or up this way, summers are very, very challenging. I mean, it takes a lot of money to keep the centers going during the summer. So, we basically say you're from Milwaukee,
Oh, I understand. With Jenna here, her family's been. Well, let's see. Your dad had a center back in the early '90s, and then your parents bought Classic Lanes in Greenfield, 1996 or so.
Yeah, I beat Classic Greenfield by 1 year in age.
So, and you know what it's like having your family go through, summers where it's kind of lean. And I used to go out working with your dad during summers. We used to do lane replacements and lane resurfacing and that kind of thing to help make the budget.
He still does all that.
Yeah. So, trying to get around that slow time of year.
It's tough to be in a business where you make 85% of your revenue in 8 months, and the other 4 months you're just sitting there going, did I put enough away? Do I really want to renovate this place? Do I really want to put this in?
Well, yeah, and that's the key. Do you do all your budgeting for your centers yourself? Is it in consulting with your center managers? Do you have outside people that look at your books and go, maybe, push this off to here and do this off to here?
No.
Or is it just simply all you?
It's all me.
It's all the wizardry of Dave Small.
I push it on them and say deal with it. They don't get it. I hate to say this. My managers have no input in the budgets. They get to see them, and they get them on them, and it's execute. Execute to the numbers.
Execute or be executed?
Pretty much. Pretty much. But no, I mean, that sounds terrible the way I said that, but it's true. I mean, everybody knows when they get their budget numbers. We run our fiscal year. There's two types of years you run. You have your calendar year, which is for your accountant, which we run, obviously, January through December.
Okay.
But our fiscal year for the centers, we run July through June. And the reason we run them July through June is that puts a whole league season in one budget.
Right.
So you're not going, all right, let me budget out the latter half of the season, come into summer on a U curve, and then let's guess what it's going to be in the fall. So that doesn't work for me. So we budgeted out where we know coming into the fall that, you know, we need to be at X or Y or Z based on performance. But no, my managers get their budgets. They have questions or concerns. They ask them. If they don't agree with something, we have a conversation about it. Usually I don't listen, and they still do it anyways. But my managers have a very, very, very. We have two pools of money that we put together, a center pool.
I wish those were literal pools.
I wish. I know. It's going to get cold here in a little bit. It's going to drop about 20 degrees in about 3 hours when the weather hits.
Looking forward to it.
Oh, so am I.
Hey, let's stay here because I think Bob Lauren Jr. is going to throw at that 7-10 on lane 30 at about Mach 6 because that was just a vicious 7-10 for him.
Vicious.
Here he comes in the picture. There's the toss. And, he bounced it up there. But, unfortunately, straight back into the
Try
right
harder.
Flat guy.
Throw it better. I'm coaching again.
Speaking of coaching, how many high school programs do you have
Oh, dear God.
that bowl in your fun time centers? Let's start with here in Anderson. How many programs do you have? I know it's a bunch.
All right, well, it's going to take me a little bit to count.
No, that's fine. We've
We've
got another game and a half of qualifying to go here.
All right, we have seven here. We have seven programs here. Pendleton, Anderson, Lutheran, Christie. Seven programs here. Had to think on that for a second.
Wow.
Kokomo?
Kokomo, Western, Northwestern, Kokomo, Tri-Central, Mananaquah, Eastern, 6.
13. Okay, Noblesville?
Noblesville, Fishers, Hamilton Heights, 3.
So that's 16 teams just between 3 of your centers. It's not even getting a bit of a ways away up to Fort Wayne.
Oh, God. Fort
And then
Wayne.
and then Lansing's a whole other animal. That's all being another state. In Indiana, is it a high school sports sanction like football, basketball, track?
No.
Or is it run by the bowling proprietor?
We're still run by the bowling proprietors.
Okay. Do you like?
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Obviously, going into Michigan for the first time and seeing as a true high school sport, I think there's a lot of things that we're missing in Indiana. It stinks. The part that I don't like with Michigan is that once the season starts, which is usually November, goes through March, you lose all those kids from your programs. They can only bowl in events that are sanctioned by the school or in events with the school.
Wisconsin similar.
Yeah, so you lose those kids from your everyday programs. Where when it's run by the bowling proprietors, we still have that all year.
Yeah.
But I think what I see is I don't see as competitive. I mean, all right, Jackson, Michigan. I'll be honest. We have more state titles in Jackson than any other school combined. We brought home 5 state championships. We have over 40 state championships in that bowling center, from Division 4, Division 3, individual, boy and girl. I mean, it's just unreal. The power that comes out of Jackson is just is just crazy. And I mean, we have eight high schools in Jackson that we support, and we had 5 state titles come home this year. Not bad. Out of 16, 5 because when you look at divisions, they have 4 divisions. And then they have the boys and the girls teams, and then they have the individual boys and the girls for each one of the divisions. So 4 by 4 is 16. So there's 16 different individual state titles that you can win in Michigan, but that's only by the division and the size of your school. Where in Indiana we have 4 total, which is team boy girl and then individual boy girl. That's it. That's all we have in Indiana. So I think it's bigger to the kids in Indiana if they win the state title, because they're competing against everybody. It doesn't matter what size school, what size talent, they do it that way. And they do it here by, we have a sectional, then we have a regional championship where there's 6 of those, which break down to 2 semi-state championships, which break down to the state championships. And usually I'm hosting the state championships every year, or I'm hosting the semi-states every year. That's just the way. It's a good thing for us because last year we had 2 regionals, a semi-state, and the state championships. This year we have 2 regionals, a semi-state, and state championships. Next year we have 2 regionals, semi-states, and the state championships. We're very fortunate with the IBCA that we have the facilities to put on these events, but we also have and I'll be honest, I am a tyrant when it comes to these tournaments. I mean, I throw parents out. I have thrown coaches out. I have thrown kids out. I will not put up with that crap. I will not put up with misbehaving. I will not put up with mom and dad getting in the coach's face saying, you should have played my kid, you didn't do this right. And the kid, no. No. It's about the kids. It's not about you sit down, shut up, or get out. This is the way we play it. I mean, there is no margin, room for error or margin when I host the high school tournaments. I won't let there be. I've been to other centers that have hosted that there's been stupid stuff that went on, and I won't put up with it. I won't, with parents, with coaches, with schools, with kids. I won't put up with it. And in Michigan this year, we just got a very nice distinguished put on us for Jackson. We're Division 4 regionals, which is the conference championship, and Division 3 state house this year. Next year we're Division 3 regional championships and Division 4 state house. So we've picked up in Michigan what they saw how we ran our tournaments, and they're like, we're going to put more there because we just don't put up with it. I will not put up with it. And I will get on the speaker. I will get on that, and I will warm the crowd up, and I'll fire them up. And the main thing that they forget, and people forget, is it's about the kids. It's about the kids. It's about sportsmanship. It's about a team. There's the individual part. There's the team part. I will not tolerate anybody that interferes with anything that goes on that's not supposed to happen, period, end of sentence. And that's why every year they know that when they're coming to my houses, the tournaments run, like clockwork, on time. We start at, we're scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, it starts at 8:55. If you're not checked in, you ain't bowling. Get here on time. I'm not going to run my tournaments over. A lot of people, especially when we host in the Fort Wayne location, we have people that have to drive 6 hours from Evansville, Reeds area down there. And I'm not going to, they got to drive back. That's a long weekend for them, So I'm just a stickler for all that. So.
Yeah, well, now taking it another way, let's take it back a couple of minutes. You mentioned how you support the teams in your center. Is that support just simply lineage? Is it go beyond providing them a place to practice? When you say support, what's defining? Let's define support a little bit more. Is it simply just opening up your lanes to these kids and letting them practice?
No. It's scholarship opportunities. It's coaching. It's everything. It's that experience. We make sure. I mean, in all honesty, we had 16 between Noblesville and Kokomo, and I got 8 in Michigan. So that's 24, and I got 6 at Pro Bowl. So I got 30 high school teams I support.
Yeah.
I have 10% of the population of the Indiana schools bowl in my 4 centers. I need more championships for that, but
Wow.
But as long as my kids have a good time and they learn and they grow, that's all that matters.
Dave Small, the booster of the Nightmare booster. We see a front 6 down the ways a little bit. It's been a while since we've seen one of those. Maybe we'll have our mystery reporter get on that.
Dun, dun,
So,
dun.
I don't think she heard me.
Where's the mystery reporter?
She's. I think she sees the front 6 and she's looking at the name.
I'm trying to figure out where it is.
It's down there. We're thinking on 29 and 30.
Oh, God, I'm blind. I can't see that far. We're behind 37 and
Yeah,
38.
29 and 30. I think that's Bill Nichols, actually, if it's game 7 here. Let me take a look. Yeah, that's Bill Nichols on the front 6, so we'll keep an eye on him, especially because Nichols right now is the last guy in the extra 8 at minus 32. So if he can pick up 50 or 60 pins, get himself decently back in the plus, he might be able to secure a little bit greater advantage in staying in that extra 8 as qualifying goes on.
Agreed.
Of course, they're not done with qualifying just with today. We can come back here tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. I know you'll be here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
More bowling.
For more qualifying, 8 additional games. All players are required by PBA rule to complete 16 games of qualifying and submit that total to the tournament office to determine our top 32 and our extra 8 on the PBA 60 side. We'll advance to the Matrix of Fairness.
Fairness.
On Tuesday.
Can never miss that. That was Jeff's. I miss you, Jeff.
The Matrix of Fairness is righteous. The Matrix of
Fairness
is just. But the Matrix of Fairness treats everyone as equals.
Fairness.
When they walk into a round, because every round you start at 0.
Fairness.
So what's the game plan for this evening, Dave Small? We got another game and a half here. What is Dave Small going to do with himself when he leaves championship lanes? And I know you're not going to leave as soon as the last ball is thrown.
I may leave before that. No. Tonight, I may go bet some horses tonight just for fun with the casino being across the street.
Okay.
And I know there's probably going to be a bunch of guys going over there, so that might be fun to sit down, have a drink at the bar, and sit in the big comfy chairs and maybe play some horses.
Is it live racing tonight?
Yeah,
over
I think
at
there's
the
live
Village?
racing
Okay.
tonight.
Wow.
The only thing that may cause that is the weather that is coming, but I'll probably go over and play for a little bit tonight. I do enjoy going over to the casino. It's nice. Sorry.
Oh, that's good. Parker Bowen, one of 2 past champions in this field, the other being John Marsala, champion of this inaugural event. Brian Voss not here this week.
No, he's not. And Mr. Voss, if you're listening, I'm not happy with you.
And Angie's missing you. Yeah, so here we go, the trophy presentation from the inaugural Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic. And, you know, it was interesting because it was Voss's first PBA Tour title on the PBA50 Tour, but it was also first time Angie Collop got a kiss from a PBA champion in the trophy presentation.
And it was quite a kiss.
It was quite a kiss right there. You see Angie as Dave gave your speech, and you were well dressed for that occasion.
Sexy as always. Show off my
You
fat
always got to
gut.
show. Well,
Show
no,
my
the
fat
legs.
gut, my legs.
No, you always show the legs.
Well, you
so.
know, it's hot.
Right.
It's hot.
So.
But, I mean, that was a fun event. I mean, to have the first one here, to have Voss win it, was really, really, really awesome, I thought.
Voss is gracious to thank the sponsors and everybody for having the event here for the first time.
He was, and we were hoping he would come back, but he did withdraw this week, which, if you are listening, Mr. Voss, I'm very disappointed in you.
Does he have your cell phone number?
Probably.
Okay. Well, then,
Most of these guys have my cell phone number.
So then,
1-800 something something. Actually, no, I've changed it to Miss Cleo's old number.
This is Cleo.
So we have Miss Cleo's old number now. I get $3.99 a minute to lie to you and say, guess what? Your future looks bright, but it's not.
Oh man.
Darling, do you know what I'm saying? Your future looks bright, but it's not what I tell you. It's not. Oh, you're still bold, God. Why don't you put it away for the age you're at now?
I'm waiting. It's bound to happen where it's gonna be open mic night. Dave will just be the MC for everybody coming in, trying to do a little stand up and stuff like that. You'd be beautiful for the MC on an open mic night.
I have done open mic night before.
Yeah.
We used to have my good friend Dottie Wisepop. She and I, we used to have this little thing we did. It was called D Squared. Dottie and Dave.
Okay.
Be there or be talked about. So we used to go to open mic night, and she was like 60 years old. I was 35, and we would just rip everybody apart. It was a lot of fun, actually. It's kind of like I do to my employees, you know, because like I tell my employees, I'll never say to your face what I'll slice you up behind your back with. So it was kind of the same philosophy. Yeah, you know what the heck. You can only have so much fun.
Sure.
But I do remember that kiss.
And so does Angie.
And so does Angie. Next time we find that, Phil, we'll need to get Angie over here to get her reaction to that day, because it was a special moment for her.
Yeah.
It was a very special.
That's when you know you've made it as a tournament host.
Yep. It was a special moment for her, and I know she'd like to relive it. we just showed Angie that video. Phil is missing a piece of a tire right now. I believe it's.
I was almost choked with it.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, thanks, Phil. Love you."
I'm fearing.
I warned you.
I'm fearing.
I warned you.
Do you have security here for when I walk to my vehicle later?
Oh, I'm going to make sure she's out there.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about what's happening when I walk out there. She'll do everything, prepping it before I walk out the door. Yes. I'll get out there. And
she's a little spitfire.
Oh, I know. She's a sweetheart. But
she is Anderson, that's for sure.
And like you said, she does that great job with the youth around here too, with those TKO tournaments. I mean, how much money you got awarded this last year?
Close to $50,000.
Yeah,
close to $50,000.
And there's kind of the big year-end finale,
which is actually this Sunday.
Yeah, here next weekend.
Yeah, this is actually here this next Sunday.
You gonna be here tomorrow, Rhonda? Okay. Well, thank you, though. So, yeah, I killed you by accident.
Okay, but yeah,
I was talking to your fine.
But Angie. I mean, Angie is one of the most. Hang on one second. I'll let you know in just a second. Honey, have I seen Cammie? I haven't seen Cammie. But Angie runs the TKO events here in Indiana.
Yeah.
35,000, Ange? 35 or 40? 40,000 last year was what she gave away in scholarship money, and really did a wonderful job for the youth. And I can't get her to take any money out of the program. I mean, she does this all pro grata, and I applaud her for it. She's fantastic. She's the face of Anderson. She's wonderful.
Even though she needs a step stool to shine.
Well, she needs
just like the Statue of Liberty.
She needs a 6-foot ladder once in a while. I hire him either short or kind of fat. Seems to be the thing. Linda and her together weigh about as much as my leg. And then you got Brian and Josh and Jeremy. Yeah, God. Yeah. Lots of fun.
Yeah, but you hire them and they do a good job. And
some of them.
Not just you, but for your customers as well. And we're going to do a good job for our customers. We're going to give them about 10 minutes of silence here because we've got player movement coming up.
They've had enough of me.
And we've got our final qualifying game, Game 8 of 8, coming up next year from the Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic.
Love you. Bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Well, I didn't want it to be official, but it's now official. Tom Carter, due to knee soreness, has withdrawn from the event. Said on Facebook, took 2 Vicodin, 2 extra strength Tylenol, and it didn't even knock down the pain one bit. So unfortunately, we're going to have Tom Carter in the booth on Tuesday for sure. no chance of Tom making the finals this week, obviously, with the withdrawal. But, Tom, first and foremost, get that knee better. Need you out here rolling it the rest of this PBA 50 and PBA 60 season.
As you can tell, I am sure, we are in game 8 of 8 for our first day of qualifying at our Championship Lanes Classic down here in Anderson. So now everyone's had a chance to come through the zone, so we'll just go ahead with our coverage as usual. Still humid as all heck in here. My Mountain Dew and my water have been keeping me company though, so. As soon as I can get them, I'll have your Game 7 updates of your top 10 leaders for the first day of qualifying here in Anderson. But as always, you can also check out the complete list of scores from the event on both FloBowling as well as PBA.com. And here we are with our Game 7 standings on our first day of qualifying down here in Anderson. Tied for the lead right now, we have Brian Leclerc still up there with plus 162, but meeting him there in the top spot is also Parker Bone III. In that spot, once again, it's plus 162 as of right now as our first place. Stoney Baker is right behind them in the third place spot with plus 159. Harry Solon's right behind him for a fourth place spot with plus 130. Doug Kent plus 128, and Brian Kretzer plus 127 make up fifth and sixth respectively. Don Harrington is plus 119 for our seventh place spot. Bob Learn Jr. is plus 110 in our eighth place. Michael Haugen Jr. is plus 105 for our ninth place spot. And wrapping up the top 10 is Steve Hoskins with plus 102. And once again, these scores, all the totals from the day and more, are on our FloBowling.com as well as PBA.com.
Man.
Too quick on the switch there.
Yeah, that's okay. I shouldn't be, running out of the booth, but I just had to take a look because I'm going to be looking forward to catching up on that CBS Sports Network finals for this stepladder number 1. It should be wrapping up right when we're getting done with this 8th game. So there is a lot of exciting bowling action going on in Las Vegas. A lot of exciting action here as well as these players. Nobody's really, getting to the point where you can say they're a sure in to, let's say, the top 8 after tomorrow's done, or they're a sure in on, sure, Parker Bone, Brian Leclerc, yeah, they're pretty assured of making the cut. You don't see them falling off 150 pins between day 1 and day 2. But, there's some players right now, you start getting past that, magic plus 100 number after 7. You start getting down to the Doug Beckers and the Charlie Tapps and the John Marsalas, our defending champion. And if they have an off day tomorrow, they might miss off on that top 32. Big thing right now is, the way the scoring pace is now, if you can get off a pair of lanes right now with 225 or greater, that's a good way to end the day. You don't need to end with 250, 260, 270. Just get out of there with a solid game, get out of there in the 220s, 230s maybe, and start fresh again tomorrow. And you'll definitely be starting fresh because they'll feel a little fresher in here after the temperature drops 25 degrees outside and the humidity drops by about 300%.
I'm counting down as much as I possibly can. I'm in my chair just like, ugh.
And it's only probably 74, 75 degrees back here in our area in the flow zone booth. We're at a back wall, so we're in like a little cubby hole. We're not getting a lot of air moving around. But on the lanes, when it's comfortable for the fans, it's a little uncomfortable for the players. And we see a lot of guys, we've seen a few guys with extra rosin bags out and making sure the hand stays over the hand dryer for an extra 5 or 6 seconds.
I know in these kind of conditions, I have a small $8, $9 fan that I carry around with that's D-battery powered that I can just switch on and just hold to my face. I know a lot of maybe not a lot, but anymore maybe, but younger players like to carry around those fans and just douse themselves in that. Like bowling college, we were fortunate to have 3 fans in our little toolbox in case we needed them. And I just took that with me now everywhere. And so now, anytime I'm bowling like a September or May event, I am my pair's best friend.
So let's give you the wrap up as we enter the cool down phase of this event. You know, bowlers are going to be cooling down a bit once this game 8 is done. They're going to have some time to rehydrate, get some nutrition, obviously, before they come back tomorrow. 11 a.m. Eastern time, your start time for day 2 of qualifying here at the PBA 50 Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip. And that 8 games of qualifying tomorrow will give us 16 game totals, and that 16 game total is going to determine our top 32 players that will advance to the Matrix of Fairness outright, and then we will also know our extra 8 players, the 8 PBA 60 members that are closest to 32nd position but outside of the top 32. And they will advance into Tuesday's Matrix of Fairness competition. Cashier's round for those players in the extra 8 are qualifying 25th through 32nd. That begins at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. Those 8 advancers out of Cashier's round will face bowlers seeded 9th through 24th in match play round 1 at noon Eastern. 8 bowlers will advance out of match play round 1 and into match play round 2, where qualifiers 1st through 8th will join the 8 advancers from match play round 1 for 6 games of match play, beginning at 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. And after that, match play round 2 is complete. Our 5 finalists will be known for the stepladder finals, beginning tentatively scheduled for 7 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. So there is your rundown of the remainder of the schedule here in Anderson. Then a short jaunt up to Wyoming, Michigan, in the greater Grand Rapids area for the PBA 50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by Deviate. That competition begins on Friday, July 26th. So just a day for transport for everything. Bowlers, fans, equipment, and flow zone. And Jeff Goodger will be joining you again with Chase Kaufman for that event, as I'll be transporting myself down to Houston next weekend, dueling coverage of the PBA Tour at the PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles from Houston. Coverage begins Thursday, and beginning Friday is that Spectrum Lanes Open on the PBA 50 Tour. Coverage all the way through Sunday on both of those events. Then the PBA 50 goes over to Jackson, Michigan, the David Smalls Jax 60 Classic for all PBA 50 members, followed up by the PBA 60 David Smalls Jax 60 National Championship in memory of Mel Wolfe for PBA members 60 or greater. Coverage of those events begin on Wednesday, July 31st for the PBA 50, Saturday, August 3rd for the PBA 60, and we wrap up the season with another PBA 60 event at another Dave Small Funtime Center in Fort Wayne, Indiana at Pro Bowl West, the PBA 60 Dick Weber Championship presented by the DeHaze Insurance Group and 900 Global. Coverage of that event starts Wednesday evening, August 7th. And on Friday, August 9th in the afternoon from Fort Wayne, we'll have our Dick Weber Championship champion. And that'll be the conclusion of the PBA 50 season for 2019. Well, here, Steve Jansen just taking a toss here. Put on 5 in a row for Jansen since an opening frame spare, and he's one of those players eligible for the extra 8. He's sitting in pretty good position for one of those spots right now, even though he's minus 59. Through the first 7 games of qualifying, solid finish here. I mean, right now, you're looking at the cut right now just being plus 17. That could get him back in towards the overall top 32 cut with a solid finish for Jansen. And sometimes that's the toughest thing in this sport of bowling is adjusting what you're doing on the lanes to the scoring pace. We had a chance to talk with Chris Barnes earlier this summer about how Chris adjusts the equipment he's bringing in using in a tournament as to what the scoring pace is going to be. If it's going to be a higher scoring pace, he'll bring different equipment than if it's going to be a medium or low scoring pace. And sometimes you have to adjust the expectation as well. And sometimes, especially out here in the senior tour, it's kind of hard to adjust to 9 spare majority of the time is not a bad thing this week. You know, to get out there and keep clean frames, minimize the number of opportunities you have to leave opens. I mean, obviously, the more pins that are left on the deck, the better chance you have to open in a frame.
Right.
So, you know, minimizing the damage when you are making a mistake. Sometimes it's just tough to get that attitude on yourself. It's like, oh, I want to throw strikes, I want to throw strikes. And being aware that 9 spare isn't a bad thing, it's a tough thing to adjust.
Yeah, I'd say adjusting to that kind of thought process is one of my struggles. So I commend the guys out here that can do that.
Yeah, well, let's take it to the route of your days from recent college play as well. It's not like a lot of those tournaments. It took on the women's side. It didn't take a 210 average to make a match play part of a tournament. You could get away with 190, 195 and still be a solid seed in a lot of those women's tournaments. I mean, you can't bowl defensively, but what type of tips did you get from your coaches back in the college days about, you know, adjusting to that lower scoring pace? I mean, other than this, everything that every coach pounds into every bowler's head, which is make your spares.
Well, make your spares is such an obvious one. For me specifically, I got especially in a team setting, I got so high energy so fast that having me keep my energy at a medium pace, and that way I could spread it throughout a whole 6-game singles block. You have 5 games of singles, 6 of them total for your place in the tournament out of like however many teams.
Sure.
So I was always like told to take my time and take it shot by shot and try and focus on ball by ball even in a frame, not even frame by frame, just because of how just fast I would catch up to myself almost. Probably a photo you can pull up if you really want to. That's just like perfect evidence of how I was as a college bowler. I am just turned around, like arms crossed, just screaming. And it's a photo that I had set as so many social media photos of just going wild, going ham. And it just, honestly, I think it's partially energy conservation, putting yourself in a different spot.
Yeah, I mean, because let's look at Lenny Borsch out here right now. Borsch sitting in 14th overall, and he's had a pretty level day. Sure, he's had a 240 game and a 230 game, but his low game today has been his opening game, 186. Other than that, 203, 200, 235, 193, 247, 222. Yeah. And it's just kind of going to show right now that, you know, Lenny kind of just rolling with the punches, make the adjustment from pair to pair. make a good shot on each lane when you get to a new pair, because it's an easy way to get yourself in trouble if you don't. And, you know, decent things will happen. You're not going to win the tournament the first day,
Yeah.
but you can get yourself in great position to lose it. And Lenny avoiding that right now. Parker Bowen avoiding that. Brian Leclerc avoiding that.
A lot of those guys in the top too, they're making a lot of their 9 and 8 counts. No problem. It's just another ball for them, because it's almost like they know and realize that they have to go up there and make that shot, but it's not like they realize they have to. But it's just kind of just natural to go up and just.
I mean,
single pin spare, whatever. Next
right.
shot.
I mean, look at Leclerc. You know he's shooting at multiple pin spares when he's leaving games of 243 and 246. You're losing count of multiple pin spares that he's picking up. You get 219, 235, 191. Once that's a couple of multiple pin spares that didn't get picked up or splits. 225, 203. Once again, losing count. But minimizing the damage when you're getting the 8 count, 7 count, and making a majority of the spares, like you said, you know, it's a little different outlook that these players have to have, where it's not, I got to strike and I got to throw 3, 4, 5 baggers out there. If I keep it clean, throw 2 doubles, I'm 220. We saw that with Jack Jurek a little earlier when Dave Small was in the booth with us. Jack Jurek, 219. Double early in the game, struck out in the 10th, 219. Good counts all the way through. Left the super washout, picked it up on a strike so he didn't lose count.
Yep.
And you see Lenny leap in there a bit.
Leaping Lenny.
Oh, here comes old Flat Top. He is grooving up slowly, as Paul McCartney and John Lennon once wrote. Rick Francis has that flat top haircut, and it's dedicated to his father. Francis right now in the front 7, down on the low end of the house. He's out of flow zone coverage, but we will keep an eye on that for you, as Francis needs a lot of help. Minus 87 at this point on the event, but of course, perfection or even a game just short of perfection could get him back in the plus and have Francis survive a troublesome day. As Francis, high game on the day, just 214, and his last 4 games have all been in the 190s or less range, including a 157 in Game 7. So we'll keep an eye on Francis as he rolls on. So the players here are finishing up their final game. We've got this pair only a foursome, and they're getting done a little more rapidly than some of our other flow zone coverage pairs. We'll keep an eye on Lenny Borsch as he tries to get a big finish here in Game 8. Taking a look around. 3 baggers are at a premium. 5 baggers, like we saw for Steven Jansen before, almost worth their weight in gold. Jansen still clean on the game, ended his string of 5 in a row in the 7th frame, but he's kept it clean through 8. But everybody else just trying to fight their way, slug it into the finish, and get a fresh start tomorrow. It'll be a new day, a new application of this 42-foot Mark Roth pattern. And the players will take to the lanes at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Charlie Tapp, one of the taller players out here on the PBA 50 Tour. Of course, Charlie, great run on the Go Bowling PBA Tour back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Of course, and one of the greatest bowling names you could have. What's the last name of Tapp? Of course, that's something a bowler never wants to see. That'd be like a bowler with the last name of Ring 10. Or a bowler with the last name of Stone 9.
Fast 8.
Oh, yeah, that'd be another one. So Boris is going to be able to polish off his game for 246. We'll get back to Lenny when he's up again on 37 and 38 shortly. Let's get over to Jansen. He's stepping up here. Jansen's got that chance for a big game as well. Jansen can finish 246 and get himself in position for extra 8 battles tomorrow, and that just never had a chance. And that's going to leave Jansen in the 220s. Waiting to get the Rick Francis update. It's way on the, it's like down the lanes 3 and 4, so our mystery roving reporter has to navigate quite a ways before getting back to us.
It's like last stop at Hammond, running across the center to go find Michael Haugen Jr.'s 300s.
Yes.
Excuse me, sorry, coming through and waving at camera in their face.
And of course, we're not as deep of a cubby hole in Anderson here as we were in Hammond, but we can actually get full view of the concourse from where we're sitting. But Jansen's still going to be in good shape for an extra 8 spot tomorrow, even with that bad finish in the 10th frame. And he's kind of going back and kicking himself a little bit. but not a long time to dwell on it. You're back here at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And here comes our roving reporter. Francis got the one in the 8th frame. He was hoping to pursue perfection, but in the 9th frame, stone 8-pin takes any chance Francis had at perfection and just throws it back in his face. But once again, though, Francis, that's a game he kind of needed to get back into contention. Borsch looking to get back into the top 10, most likely, if he can finish with everything in the 10th frame, get that 246 on the board. And that would get him to plus 132 easily. That'll be a top 10 score getting into tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, especially with what our top 10 list is right now. The total pinfalls and everything. But
so Lenny finished second here to Brian Voss in 2016 in the Championship Lanes Classic for his best finish in this building. And in 2017, Lenny finished in 12th. Last year, 2018, Lenny finished in 21st. So he's had some good showings in the event. Hershey making an appearance on the outside of the booth. We're not going to get to that point because, yeah, it's spectacular. And on that note, we're going to end our Flow Zone coverage. We'll give you the ambient sights and sounds here of these players finishing their 8th game of qualifying, and we'll be back here tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern time for qualifying round 2. So for Jenna Dereshevsky, for our mystery roving reporter, for all of our staff here at FloBowling, I'm Phil Brilo. Remember, $2 Phil says, parents take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And we will see you back here inside of Dave Small's Championship Lanes for the final 8 games of qualifying tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Enjoy your evening, and I hope it cools off wherever you're at.